are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome to Michigan and Toledo, Ohio. Miller and Moulton. We are 10 stations this week. What an awful idea. But it wasn't ours, so you can't blame us. And it's only for a week. For those of you in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, up north, and Toledo, Anthony is back after the holiday. You're stuck with us until then.
Good morning, Michigan. Good morning, Toledo. And hello to all of the Sunshine State.
Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. And boy, it's a good thing that we here in Florida were psyched for months for that Panthers Lightning series. Maybe the Panthers will get psyched up for it next time.
Wow. What a clinic that was put on by the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Well, and last night by Vasilevsky.
By Vasilevsky, but
I am the best goalie in the world. You guys are going to have problems today.
With 49 saves last night.
Yeah. And I got to admit, about 10 of them were
of the spectacular nature.
I mean, listen, we're going to dump on the Panthers, and certain players deservedly so. I think maybe you need a new captain, to be brutally honest. But man, I felt badly for them last night. Shots at one point were 24-6. They had bubkiss to show for it.
Sometimes you run into a hot goaltender.
Yeah. And when there's a really good team attached to that goaltender, you're in the handshake line before you know it, going, what the hell just happened?
This is going to take a while for the Florida Panthers to get over.
And I'm not just doing this because we're part of the Michigan Sports Network this week, but you're a Wings fan.
Right.
And as I was watching this series unfold, and the reference that I'm about to make, the team they were playing was not the defending Stanley Cup champion, but they came really, really close the year before. You remember in 95 when the Wings it was going to be their year, and it had been 40 years since the Wings had won the Cup, and they were the President's Trophy and the whole deal, and they pretty much sail through the Western Conference and go to the finals. And they're the favorites. And they played the Devils. And it got worse every game. And next thing you know, 4 games in, the Devils are dancing with Lord Stanley. And that Wings team is standing there going, what the hell just happened?
The left wing lock, David.
Yeah.
The infamous left wing lock. I know exactly of which you speak. And and no, it didn't affect me at all because
right. And it was a left wing lock along with Martin Brodeur. And next thing you know, there were goal scorers galore on that Wings team.
Yes, there were.
It was a team. The Panthers were built much like the 95 Wings. They could score. They were fun. They were entertaining, and they played. So we thought, they were just good enough in the one-on-one battles and defensively. They can win a 3-2 game if you have to. But for the most part, they went up and down the ice and they scored 5 goals a night.
Right. They lost every one-on-one battle, and the better goaltender played for the New Jersey Devils, and It wasn't close.
And every game got worse. Right. Instead of it getting better, every game got worse. And next thing you know, Yzerman and I think Coffey was even on that. And then next thing they're on the handshake line. What the hell just happened? We just steamrolled through the league this year. Is this thing really over? Did they just sweep us?
The question is, the difference is obviously Detroit learned.
Yes. And Scotty said, we need
to play defense. And it's funny you say that because you and I were talking earlier in the week. Barry Trotz had been let go with the Islanders, and where is he going to surface? And you had made the comment, I don't know if Barry Trotz and the Florida Panthers mesh with his style and that team. Are you sure that they don't need a Barry Trotz now and learn how to play a little different style of hockey? Are you sure, David?
Is this like every team could use a Joe Burrow? Listen, with every day that goes by, I think Trotz gets mentioned for another team. I think there are now 17 teams in the market for Barry Trotz, the way this keeps going.
Then there are a few that are not paying attention, David.
But if you're the listen, I'm all in favor of bringing in a Barry Trotz. Heck, those listening in Michigan right now, they want Trotz for Detroit.
They want him for Detroit.
Bring him home, right? I get it. Winnipeg, he's in the Manitoba Sports Hall of Fame. Bring him home. I mean, there's a lot of suitors here. And I don't mean, Daryl and the like.
No, there's already enough of them.
Right. Listen, I'm all for it. But this could be as tough. You remember, it was tough for Scotty to get that group to play it the way he wanted to play it. There was a pushback and all that. And
yeah, there's less apt to be a pushback after a 4-0 sweep in which you were not competitive. There's always that moment, David, in which, whether it's a parent, whether it's a coach, whether it's a teacher, in which the pushback keeps happening and the same result happens. And somehow a light bulb goes off and went,
3 of these games were tied in the third period, and they lost the series 13-3. Yet 3 of the games were tied in the third. 2 of them were tied midway through the third. Listen, I'm all for it. I am. Bring Trotz in, and he looks at Barkov and Huberdeau and those guys and go, did you have your fun? Because just so you know, from where you are now to where we got to go, it ain't going to be fun. Ask Stamkos. 3 years ago, they were having fun. Kucherov and Stamkos, they were skating all over the ice. And guess what? They were on the other end of one of those handshake lines in Columbus. 4-0 sweep. President's Trophy and everything. They haven't lost a series since. You know what's fun? Winning.
It sure is. And, hey, I picked the Lightning in 7. I never saw it in 4. I just, at the end of the day, couldn't pick against the goaltender.
And I went against myself because I had said all year, I don't know how you're going to beat Vasilevsky 4 times in 2 weeks. But when push came to shove, the point injury pushed me over the top, and I went Panthers in 7. And like RCB in our Twitch chat room here, by the way, you can watch the Miller and Moulton show every morning on the Miller and Moulton Twitch.tv channel. But he said, Lightning are the 2-time defending champions, best goalie in the world. Why were the Panthers being picked by everybody? Because of Point being out? I think that was significant. I mean, let's be honest, at the pardon the pun, point that Braden Point got injured, he was their best all-around player right now. I mean, it really was. He's their best forward. It's not only their best offensive forward, key to the power play in the middle in front of the net, but then he checked your number 1 center.
And face-offs.
Yes. I mean, that's the other thing that last night. I mean, little things. I mean, Panthers, when they fell behind 1-0, they couldn't win a face-off the rest of the game. This just in, Mark, if you don't have possession of the puck, it's really hard to play that game.
I spent a lot of years working in minor league hockey, and there was a coach that said, if we have the puck, it's a lot easier than if we have to go get the puck. These are the hardcore coaching things that I learned over 15 years in minor league hockey.
Because then you're chasing.
Right.
You're chasing all day. Mm-hmm. So just once again, hats off to the Lightning. I mean, it's so wonderful to see greatness. I mean, it is one of the things you and I bonded on from, long before we ever did a radio show together. You and I are appreciative of greatness, even if that greatness would take our teams out of the playoffs.
Yeah. You've got to be able to tip your cap once in a while. And the Tampa Bay Lightning right now, we talked about it in the Toronto series. They were trailing in the Toronto series. They were trailing in the third period of a clinching game. And the Tampa Bay Lightning, you just have a tough time knocking out a champion. And right now, the champs 2 times, the league was rooting against them against Toronto. And now here they are awaiting Carolina and Boston, or Carolina and the Rangers, rather, to see if they can get back to the Stanley Cup Finals.
The Rangers or Carolina are not going to. I mean, we've said this for a couple of years now. Carolina is a poor man's Tampa. The Rangers are different. The Rangers actually have, like 5 quote unquote star type players, but the Lightning would handle them in 5 and shake their hands and say, you guys are pretty talented. You're going to be a pain in the butt the next couple of years. You should watch these tapes of how we just beat you and, use it to your advantage down the road. Carolina's a poor man's Tampa.
Carolina doesn't have the goaltending. The only thing that the Rangers would provide is that.
Yeah. I mean, the second best goalie right now in the world. They got that going
maybe
for you.
The third. I think the guy in LA is still a notch above the guy in New York.
Okay.
But to your point, the goaltender's good enough where he could steal a couple of games and make the series interesting. It's possible.
But, I mean, we're going to have some entertaining hockey between now and the finals, but it's going to be Colorado and Tampa Bay. I mean, it really is. That's what we're going to have. And the league's going to be better for it.
And it wouldn't be a bad thing to have Edmonton play Colorado and Edmonton to win this Battle of Alberta to get a little more Connor McDavid because, well.
You mean 23 points in 10 games is impressive?
It is.
Mario Lemieux and Wayne Gretzky are going, that kid in Edmonton.
He can play a little bit.
He's pretty good. He could play on our line. Miller and Moulton. Could somebody let us know when the NBA playoffs are going to start? Can we get a game? I mean, a game. Can we get games?
What was it? Timberwolves in Memphis was the last time we were getting good competitive games?
We're getting great performances. We're just not getting them by 2 teams on the same night. It's remarkable in how disappointing. I mean, it was, Felipe on the other side of the glass is a big Heat fan. So you get keyed up for the game last night. What's it, about an 8:30 tip? So it tips a little after 8:40 and what have you. At 9 o'clock, it was over. It was 18-1.
I went to sleep very early.
I mean, it just...
The Heat made their first field goal with 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in the first quarter.
Teams combined for 62 of 168 from the floor.
And that's the thing. The Celtics shot terrible as well.
Right?
They won by 30.
When you make 1 of 3 shots from the field, you're not going to win games. Miami actually shot the ball better by the end of the game from outside the arc than they did from inside the arc.
Yeah, that's garbage time. Who cares?
No, I know.
Miller and Moulton. Great show lined up for you today. Troy Aikman will join us next hour. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Signs in one day.
That fight interest you? Canelo and Golovkin, the third meeting.
Not really.
No, Paul. There's significance behind this. It's not just a Heat T-shirt. See, it's a Heat T-shirt that says Miami and 6.
He's talking to us.
No, he's talking to someone in the he's talking to one person in the Twitch chat room.
Gotcha.
But Miami,
the Miller and Moulton Twitch chat room, right? Hey, listen, we'll let him go right now.
Oh,
he's bemoaning.
I just need to make sure that I'm clear by that. Miami and 6.
Right. I sent out there what you're wearing.
Yeah, you're wearing a T-shirt jersey.
Right. Paul wanted to know, and I said you're wearing a Heat T-shirt. Right. Is that your prediction? Is that why you wore that? Miami in 6? Yeah.
I knew we were going to lose today.
If you're going to win, it's going to be 7.
No, I knew the Heat were going to lose yet last night. Defend home court, close out in Boston.
Well, DC, we're on in 10 stations this week. I figured, we'd call out, try to get some people on that we don't normally get on.
True. How about this kid having a big game?
Yeah,
Good for
3
him.
goals and an
Good
assist.
for him.
Yep.
Oh. I think it was the Flames
set 'em
Oilers.
both off, though. They had a 5-on-3, and while they didn't score on the 5-on-3, they scored like seconds after it.
It might have been either Flames Oilers or this series, but a goalie got trucked.
I thought they did a good job breaking that down again too. It's like, what? Come on, this is the play. And they just said, "What are you going to do? Start going after a guy and get in the box?" Well, they did.
Yep. But then they got like a 4-minute power play or something late in the second and scored 2 goals. So it's 4-3 going to the third.
Mark, was it this series or the Flame series where a goalie got trucked and all hell broke loose?
Well, it's happened like 6 times in the playoffs. I mean, was the one thing we didn't have time to ask Forsland yesterday is,
But I love how that's like a golden rule in hockey. You don't go after the goalie.
well, it's more than a golden rule. I mean,
It's like a commandment.
well, the other thing that's happening is these guys are getting hurt in the crease. I mean, it is an interesting discussion, like we bemoan the fact, you could barely touch a quarterback these days. Well, they're trying to keep those guys in the league. I mean, let's face it. Like you pointed out, if you were the Panthers,
I'd have run them
early in the series.
I'd have run them in game 2. I don't care. So I lose a guy for 4 games.
If they lose him for 4 games, you win the series.
Right. Much better suit. Still too big for you.
Huh.
I mean, look at how wide.
St. Patrick's Day.
Well, it's better than the gray.
Well, the gray's awful with his coloring. He's not tan. He's got gray hair.
He just won the Masters.
The other thing is, they got to do a better makeup job on him.
10 seconds.
and fix your tie.
Yeah, I know. That drives me nuts.
Florida and Michigan. Steve Yzerman captained a dynasty in one state and was the architect of one in another. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Just hitting you with facts. That's all. Miller and Moulton on both the Florida and Michigan sports networks for this week. Anthony will be back after the holiday. Do want to remind those on the Michigan Sports Network, huge live today, American Dunes in Grand Haven to benefit Folds of Honor. Speaking of Folds of Honor, they're one of the charities that will benefit from the Miller and Moulton Golf Tournament. 18 days from now. Sign up now if you can. It would help us out in a great way because we know many of you are planning on playing. There are still openings. FloridaSportsNetwork.com is how you can sign up for our golf tournament 2 weeks from Saturday, the 11th, at West Bay in Estero. So huge at American Dunes in Grand Haven today, doing his show and our golf tournament in 18 days.
Still spots available, so I'd love to get you to sign up and see you out at West Bay here in a couple of weeks.
We do numbers on this show for those of you up north hearing us for the first time. We do a countdown once the football season is within a certain number of days. Now, there is a controversy as to whether or not week 0 of the college football season counts. We usually do not count it. We usually go with the number that starts week 1 of the college football season, which, Mark, in and of itself shows just how unique college football is. There's a week 0. And then we debate whether or not it really counts.
Well, does Northwestern and Nebraska from Dublin count?
Yeah, it's a Big Ten game.
Then week 0 counts, baby.
Well, then we are 95 days away from the opening of the college football season. That's not the game, though, for me, that's got me going. There's why it is I wanted to bring up numbers today. If week 0 counts for you, we are 95 days away from the start of the college football season. But if you don't count week 0, and I get it, it's still August, you're not ready yet. You need the calendar to flip over before you mentally go, okay, I'm in. Well, then we are 100 days away from the kickoff of the college football season.
West Virginia at Pitt.
Backyard brawl, baby. Let's go.
About damn time. Of all of the conference realignments and shifting and things that have happened, that game being lost on the schedule is heartbreaking to the two of us.
Yes.
There are certain games that should be played every year. Oklahoma should play Nebraska every year. They just should.
Yes. And Texas should play A&M every year also. And I know now A&M's really angry at Texas, and they're better than Texas, but that's okay. You guys should play every year. You know it. We know it. Get over it.
So we're 100 days from the backyard brawl. We're 100 days since we are on in Michigan for the Chippewas. David, the Chippewas will play at Boone Pickens Stadium, taking on Oklahoma State.
Okay.
Week 0.
That counts. The reason also I count it is because there's a game on September 1st, 100 days from now, that is significant in the sports broadcasting world.
Ooh, Penn State at Purdue.
It's the game Joe Buck got traded for. Fox allowed Joe Buck to go to ESPN, but they said, hey, to let you out of your contract a year early, we need a little something for the effort. And so the game that got traded was Penn State Purdue. I was busting Joe this past weekend in St. Louis when he was doing the MegaCast, in which I said to him, doesn't it grind you as an IU guy that you got traded for a Purdue game? And he said, of all the games, I'm wondering if Fox was giving me just a little jab on the way out the door. Here you go.
Could have been for Illinois at Indiana the next day.
Exactly.
Right.
You had to trade me, really? Had to trade me for a Purdue game as an IU guy. Thanks a lot.
So UCF, they play on that first Thursday against South Carolina State. Florida International has a game. 101 days, Sparty and Eastern Michigan get going, and then everybody week 1, 102 days away.
Just wow.
I've got a whole schedule in front of me,
Wow,
David.
just
That's
breathe. So if you count week 0, if Northwestern Nebraska out of the country in Dublin, if that counts, then, the number's 95. But otherwise, we start the countdown once we get to 100, which also means, by the way, we're 107 away from Bills at Rams and the start of the NFL season. So, we know for many of you, if baseball's not your thing, it's a long summer. Oh, yeah. You start getting in double digits, then it seems as if, you know what? Well, maybe I can do this.
And even if baseball is your thing and you're listed on the Michigan Sports Network, your season's already over.
Unbelievable. What a disappointment they are this year. Man, oh, man. Lost again last night.
That's what they're doing these days, David.
They really are. They're like almost 1 out of every 3 they're winning. Man, they were supposed to be better than this. Kind of like the little lineup they had put together. The young pitching was supposed to be coming around. It's not working right now. Man, oh man. Tigers are like what, 14-27, something like that?
Put it this way, they can see the Orioles and the Reds from where they are. And that's never a good thing.
No, it really isn't, Mark. It really isn't. I mean, back in the 70s, that would have been fantastic. In fact, Tigers fans would have loved it if in the 70s they could see the Orioles and the Reds. I mean, they had like 71 and 79, and that's about it for the decade. But speaking of baseball, they suspended Josh Donaldson yesterday for being a blankety blank.
Yeah. And is it being a blankety blank or being a blank talker? I mean,
if you don't know, Josh Donaldson of the Yankees, they had a series with the White Sox. Tim Anderson, their shortstop, 3 years ago, he had jokingly said, listen, I'm trying to bring fun back to baseball. Doesn't seem to be a lot of people that want to, go along with me on that. I almost feel like I'm the Jackie Robinson of baseball, meaning just, trendsetter fun. And he was joking. And so Josh Donaldson called him Jackie when he got to second base or third base, wherever it is that they came together. And Tim didn't appreciate it. And Donaldson's got the reputation of being a blankety blank. I mean, he just does. He's the guy that you want on your team, and the 29 other teams don't like him. But basically, Mark, there's no other way to conclude this. But Major League Baseball, Anderson thought that Donaldson was being racist. The White Sox thought that Donaldson was being racist. Donaldson said, I was being a wise ass. And I had said it to him in the past. And basically, nobody believes him. His own manager doesn't believe him.
right.
And Major League Baseball, clearly, by suspending him a game, they don't believe him either. They're basically saying, whether you are a racist or not, what you said, we deem to be racist. So we're suspending you for a game. It's a pretty big statement Major League Baseball said yesterday. And if I'm Donaldson, I'd lose my mind over this. I would waste a ton of money fighting this.
Do you think he will?
No.
He'll just take his game and move along.
Yes. Although he's appealing. He is appealing. I do think he at least wants to look Major League Baseball in the eye and say what it is he has to say. So in that sense, he's not just going to take it and meekly move on. He, by the way, was put on the COVID list yesterday, so he's not going to play for a few days. But
have you seen if the union's given him any support? Because his manager didn't, so I can't imagine that the players' union's going to give him much support on this either.
Haven't seen anything publicly. I will say our friend David Sampson, former president of the Marlins, he tweeted out yesterday, he said, mark my words, folks, Major League Baseball is going to suspend him over this. And they did. And he basically sent out a tweet that said, told you.
This is one where it's Baseball's in a nice position right here. And by nice, I mean really ugly, because this is not going to go away quickly. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Springsteen teased this yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and Forsland just sent it out in a tweet with the caption, "Interesting." Well, DC, it's not like he's having a negative effect on the Yankees clubhouse. You know, there were a lot of people that didn't like AJ Pierzynski either, and I would have taken AJ Pierzynski on my team for 15 years. Well, but DC, I will say, outside of going back to the World Championship Twins, who had a couple of guys who were pretty strong and powerful presence in the clubhouse, the Twins clubhouse has always been a nice clubhouse. You know, Torrey Hunter was the leader of the clubhouse for a long time.
The Panthers were outscored 13-3 in
Yeah.
the series.
All right,
Yep.
we need a poll question.
Do you want to do the Josh Donaldson
Yeah.
one? How do you want to phrase it? Do you agree
Should
with?
Jonathan be suspended for calling Tim.
Should he have been
Should he have been suspended for calling
Tim Anderson?
Tim Anderson
in quotes, Jackie.
I'm also curious as to if Tim Anderson had a direct response.
Oh yeah,
He did. He tried to fight him on the field, basically.
Well, he didn't at first, but his team. He went into the dugout. He told his teammates what he said. Grandal, the catcher, confronted Donaldson the next time he came up at the plate, and I mean, like, got right in his face. The umpire, and then dugouts emptied and the whole deal. And then Anderson wanted a piece of him. After the game, what Anderson said was that he was being disrespectful. His manager, LaRussa, said he was being racist.
And then Anderson agreed with him. And Anderson never said he was racist. He said, your manager said he was racist. And he went, yes.
Okay. Donaldson gave a minute and a half and said, listen, he said this 3 years ago. I've said this to him before, so I said it to him again. Well, DC, we weren't on second base. What can I tell you? We're repeating what both players said. And no, he did not use any of the racial code words. I mean, even Anderson said that.
Did MLB have suspended Josh Donaldson one game for calling Tim Anderson Jackie? Right?
Yeah. Do you want to put yes, and then, it was
Yes, it is.
We're coming back.
Racist.
Michigan and Florida, home to Major League Baseball, where the cold weather team plays outside and the warm weather team plays inside. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Here on both the Michigan and Florida sports networks, we thank you so much for listening. Troy Aikman coming up 1 hour from now, and then Pat Kirwan from NFL Radio will join us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Right now, it is time for
Starting five stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number one.
Number one is hockey, and the Tampa Bay Lightning have won 10 consecutive playoff series. First team since the Islanders of the early 80s to win 10 in a row. The two-time defending Cup champions sweep the President Trophy winning Florida Panthers 2-0 the final in Game 4. Vasilevsky with 49 saves. Game was scoreless until the third. Lightning outscored the Panthers 13-3 in the series. Florida power play in the playoffs, Mark, I believe officially 1 for 31. I don't know where I come from. That's just not going to get it done.
Really?
Call me crazy.
That old 3% power play?
Right. Huberdeau and Barkov each had an assist in this series. That's it. If I hear one more person talk about Huberdeau should have been a Hart finalist, and you want to talk to me about Barkov, Mark, this series is so bad. If I was involved in the Panthers organization, I have to seriously think about whether or not he can keep the C. And it's not unprecedented. I mean, Brian Leach was their captain. The Rangers went out and got Messier and tapped Leach on the shoulder and said, I don't know what to tell you, but you ain't the C anymore.
Finding a Messier is not as easy as it used to be, David.
No, I understand. It's kind of like finding a Vasilevsky.
Right.
I mean, it is. Everybody wants a Joe Burrow. I got it. Lightning will play the winner of the Canes and the Rangers. Game 4 of that series is tonight in New York. Canes lead it 2-1. Colorado's up 3-1 on St. Louis. In Game 3, Nazem Kadri, who does not have a good reputation, but one of those hockey plays, he's a forward going to the net. The defenseman meets him at the top of the crease. They bang into Binnington, the goalie for the Blues. his knee kind of got caught underneath. I thought it was an innocent play. But Kadri does not have a good reputation. He's been suspended quite a few times before for hits. St. Louis lost their mind. They've lost their goalie for the rest of the series, and they think it's Kadri being a dirty player and all that. So he had death threats, a bunch of racist stuff all over social media. He had to have a police escort to and from the arena in St. Louis. I mean, it was a really bad situation. Well, Mark, it really got to him yesterday.
It really did.
He had a hat trick and an assist. Avs beat the Blues 6-3. They lead that series 3-1. Tampa Bay and Colorado seem to be on a collision course. Game 4, Calgary-Edmonton tonight. Can Calgary slow down Connor McDavid?
Haven't had an answer yet.
Can anybody slow down Connor McDavid? NBA, what I'm about to tell you is true. Boston opened the game with an 18-1 run. The Miami Heat starters scored 18 points for the game.
That doesn't seem like that's very good.
It doesn't seem like it's possible.
In fact, it doesn't seem like it's very good if it was 5th grade basketball.
Right. Listen, you guys need to get new starters. Why? Well, they only scored 18 points. Yeah, but it's only 8-minute quarters, and when it's a running clock, I don't know what to tell you. You need new starters. 7 for 36 from the field. Our poll question, which is not going to be our poll question, but if we were really tongue-in-cheek and we were doing this show in Miami, our poll question could be, what was worse, the Panthers' power play or the Heat shooting? Anyway,
Panthers' power play close.
Tatum at 31. Celtics won by 20, and the game was not even remotely that close. 102-82. The only thing close about this series is it's tied at 2. There's been like 5 good minutes in the whole damn series.
Let's hope the best of 3 has been better than the best of 4, David.
Let's hope the finals are good, because these games have not been good in most of the NBA playoffs. Game 4 tonight, will the Warriors sweep the Mavs? Mavs a 1-point favorite at home in that series. No NBA team has ever overcome a 3-0 deficit. T-Wolves, oh, by the way, hired away Denver president of basketball operations, Tim Connolly. 5 years, $40 million, and they gave him an equity stake in the franchise. You think about that.
A good agent.
I mean, think about that. Even if they gave you a 1% stake, if they gave you a 1% stake, these franchises are going for $1.5 billion. I mean, do the math. 1% of that. It's $15 million.
I'm aware.
Major League Baseball, as we mentioned earlier, they suspended Yankees third baseman Josh Donaldson for a game for him calling White Sox shortstop Tim Anderson Jackie. Jackie is in reference to Jackie Robinson. Tim Anderson 3 years ago has referred to himself jokingly as I'm the Jackie Robinson of baseball, or at least the Jackie Robinson of fun in baseball. Josh will appeal. First, he was placed on the COVID list. Yankees lost to the Orioles. That's 3 losses in a row, although Judge hit 2 more homers. He's got 17. I mean, Bonds' record is 73, but he's on pace for about 66 home runs right now, Aaron Judge. Just saying. Now, he can never stay healthy and play more than 140 games, but he is in a contract year.
That's the part I was going to get to.
Right. It's funny how guys can stay healthy during a contract year. Tigers rallied from a 4-0 deficit, tied the Twins, only to lose late 5-4. Gio Urshela with the walk-off infield single to beat the Tigers. Cleveland 6-1 over Houston. Tristan McKenzie with 7 solid innings. Jose Ramirez with a homer and 4 RBIs for the Guardians. The Reds, Mark.
Where are you going to go?
Well, they're going to lose at home to the Cubs 7-4. Ian Happ and Patrick Wisdom each had 3-run homers for the Cubbies. Little advice to the Reds. They want to acquire Ian Happ. He tears the cover off the ball at Cincinnati, and he played his college baseball at the University of Cincinnati. Just trying to give you a little help. That's all. You seem as if you could use it these days. Zach Wheeler pitched pretty well into the seventh. Phillies beat the Braves 7-3. Mets hit 3 homers, beat the Giants 13-3. Dodgers bombed Washington 10-1. Trey Turner came back to haunt his old team with 3 RBIs. Goldschmidt with a slam in the 10th to beat the Jays 7-3. Arizona beat Kansas City 9-5, ruined Zach Greinke's homecoming in Kansas City. They staked him to a 4-0 lead to the Royals, and he's 0-3. Could be the end. Pittsburgh 2-1 over Colorado. Padres edged Milwaukee 3-2-10. And Mark, it was last week we were talking about San Francisco had beaten, I think it was Arizona, or was it Colorado? You're right, Colorado. They beat Colorado 12 times in a row.
Right.
Seattle beat the A's last night for the 13th straight time. 7-6 was the final. Did you see this story involving the Washington Commanders? Daniel Snyder has reportedly spent $100 million buying 200 acres of land in Virginia. The report goes on to say that the Commanders are thinking about a 60,000-seat domed stadium, practice facility, 15 to 20,000-seat amphitheater, high-end retail shops, bars, restaurants, a small indoor music arena, and residential living.
Where do you live? On the 28-yard line.
I mean, outside of the domed stadium, I thought they were talking about the villages. But, you know.
Put the pineapple on the door.
Now, I will say this. They're talking about making the roof translucent, and the stadium's facade could change colors. Like it'd be white by day, but Commanders burgundy at night.
New stadium so you can keep the team, huh? I mean,
their lease, even though they own FedEx Field, they don't want to be there anymore. And it only runs through 2026. This site, by the way, of which there's also talk that there's additional land in the area that they may also purchase. This site is 23 miles from D.C. It's apparently right off I-95 in Woodbridge, Virginia, for those of you that are familiar with that part of our land. And it's 80 miles from Richmond. So that's what Daniel Snyder is thinking about the future of the Commanders. A lot of details behind this project.
a ton.
I mean, once again, 60,000 seat domed stadium, which would get them a Super Bowl. Practice facility would be on the grounds, but then we're doing the amphitheater and not a small one.
And then the concert theater too. I mean,
well, right, because apparently a 15 to 20,000 seat amphitheater is not enough. You need a quaint.
right. You need the intimate.
Right. Which I thought might be somewhere in the high-end retail shops, bars and restaurants. And then I love the fact they throw in residential living, like you said.
I got a 1-bedroom condo on the 28-yard line.
It's lovely, except for 10 nights a year. It's very loud. Very loud. Unruly neighbors. Hey, the French Open's underway.
That's why we have this segment for you to remind us of that.
Djokovic, remember, he didn't get to play in the Australian. So this was his first Grand Slam match since he lost the U.S. Open final when he was going for the salami there. He won in straight sets, 3-1 in love. He turned 35 on Sunday, did Djokovic. I mean, you know, may never see Federer again. Nadal's upper 30s, who also won in straight sets. By the way, they seeded Nadal 5th.
At the French.
Do you know what his record is at the French? He's played 109 matches. How many has he lost?
I was going to say 5.
Lower.
Okay. 3?
Correct. Right. He's lost to Djokovic twice and to Robin Soderling. The year Federer won the French, he didn't have to play Nadal. Soderling was kind enough to take him out, and then Federer beat Soderling, I believe, in the final. Yes. By the way, on the men's side, they've lost 3 of the top 32 seeds. But so far on the women's side, they've lost 6 seeds, including numbers 2, 5, 6, and 10. just in the first round. There you have it. No sign of Serena, by the way. Nick Foles signs a 2-year deal to back up Matt Ryan with the Colts. I like that deal.
For a backup, that's fine.
Yeah, and, reunites with Frank Reich and all that. By the way, the toxicology came out. Dwayne Haskins legally drunk. I mean, nearly 3 times the legal limit at 6:30 in the morning when he was staggering around on that Florida highway before his fatal accident. And people aren't quite sure why. And that was the starting 5.
Osaka lost, by the way, in the first round as well.
Who did?
Naomi Osaka.
She did?
She did.
Yes, she did.
And she wasn't seeded.
Right, but
No,
big
I
name.
know. I mean, he mentioned all the
Right.
seeds that lost.
That's why I
that's a
mentioned,
good
yeah.
point because she was not seeded in the tournament.
So just upheaval on the red clay of Roland Garros. I have no idea what that accent was, by the way.
First time I've ever heard you go from a British accent into trying a French accent.
Yeah, I
don't know what you accomplished there, but I really liked it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I mean, I will say last time I did French was junior high. Okay, Madame Lille for 3 years at Herbert Hoover Junior High School. Madame Lille. My desk used to touch the corner of her desk. I hated being that close to the teacher. Oh my goodness.
The French teacher?
Yes.
Wow. Thought you'd want to be a little closer.
Why?
She wasn't attractive?
Oh, it wasn't. I talk a lot in class. You can't be that close to the teacher and talk.
Yeah, but you can't speak French, so why are you talking in that class?
How could I flirt with Cheryl Rakowskis if I'm that close to the desk?
It's French. You can flirt with whoever you want.
Well, I will say, I was trying to talk French to the little Polish girl. It worked. She went to the Rollerama with me, Mark. Come on now. It's a big deal. Rollerina, baby.
Clear the floor for a couple skate. It'll be next.
Oh, man, that was the awkward part. Now you really have to decide how much you like each other. Are we going to go out there?
Well, then you got to skate backwards if you're a player. You could skate backwards.
A, I could only skate forward, and B, had trouble stopping.
If you're a player.
Yeah.
In
the day.
In 8th grade.
Back in the day, kid.
Yep.
Look it up.
Yep. Your mom's taking you to and from the date. Yep. It's awkward. You're going to hold hands in the back seat of the car. She might see you. All right. Then you're going to walk her to the door and actually kiss her with your mom watching from the street.
That's a savage move.
Darn right it is.
That is bold.
Darn right it is. And does she want you to walk her to the door? Or when that door opens, does she run into the house? A lot of pressure. Miller and Moulton.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com. David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles Or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So, I figured it would help me more if I took French. Once again,
What a dumb idea that. I
me
mean,
being able to, see the future.
right.
Right. Well, and not only
Well, you're
that.
going to get an endorsement spot coming up
Why?
because I turned it down because it's for a real estate company. It really doesn't work for me. Pam asked me about it, and I said, give it to David.
Which is funny because somebody asked me, or like a month ago, about a jeweler. And I said, yeah, I don't.
Right.
And so you got to give it to Mark. we have openly talked on the show. There's one of us that buys jewelry and the other doesn't. So you can't do a jeweler ad. I don't have to use these guys when I sell my house, though, do I?
No, I'd appreciate if you used me.
No, I'm using you.
My kickbacks are better.
Okay, well, the other thing is I may need you to find, there could come a point where I say, hey, I need you to unload the house, but can you find me a guest house?
You'd be perfect down at Naples, one of those rich peoples where you just stayed over their garage.
Yes, absolutely I would. That's exactly what I want. Like there are places you're driving along the Caloosahatchee there, heading near the Edison Ford Estates and what have you. And they have the guest houses on the property. Totally. Yeah. Hell, 5 months of the year, I won't even be there half the time.
All right, poll questions up.
Listen, KW, I took typing for just that reason. I also wanted to go into journalism and sportscasting, and I thought, this could help me, and it has.
Typing's maybe the most beneficial class that I took in high school.
Canada Relief, I would have lost an obscene amount of money on if somebody had said over under games in the Lightning Panthers series 4.5.
How long are these hockey playoffs going to go?
I think into just before July 4th. Because if you think about it, they
No, I know.
Uh,
So we're going to have hockey. If the Lightning can take care of us here.
well, let's just say,
hockey through June.
oh yeah, Sure.
Lightning hockey through June. As long as they can win the next series. We got Lightning hockey through the whole month of June.
Well, the earliest the Carolina Rangers series can wrap up is Thursday.
No, but I'm just
right,
all the way through
right,
June.
yes.
So we've got July and 2 weeks of August. That'll be 3 weeks of August. That'll be a little labor intensive for us.
Yeah, 50 days. Oh,
Here we go.
of which we may take, this much of it off even.
Right.
Right.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on the Florida and Michigan Sports Networks. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for being with us. Troy Aikman in a little more than 35 minutes from now. Troy Aikman in roughly 35 minutes' time. Pat Kirwan from NFL Radio 1 hour from now. This turns into a bit of a Football Tuesday on this 100 days away from the start of the college football season, unless you count week 0. Do you drink Pepsi Zero, Coke Zero? If you do, maybe you count week 0.
Shouldn't they do a whole campaign, one of them, to sponsor week 0?
Absolutely. But isn't like Dr. Pepper the official soft drink of college football? Which I want to know who they negotiated with for that. I mean, that sounds like a false claim to me. I mean, we're the official drink of college football. Well, says who?
In where? In Texas, maybe?
Right.
I mean,
we don't have a commissioner. I mean, the NCAA hasn't the authority to grant you that. You can be the official whatever of March Madness, but they can't grant you squat when it comes.
Pretty good move. It's a self-titled move that they get away with.
Yeah, I know. We're going to claim to be the official whatever of college football.
I would be fine with Dr. Pepper being the official soft drink of college football, if and only if they required everybody in those stupid competitions to throw the football the proper way.
Oh, come on. They're picked randomly from the stands, Mark. Got 20-plus minutes to fill nearly a half an hour at halftime. There's almost Super Bowl halftimes, those conference championship games.
I understand that. But what I am saying is I would like the participants in the football toss to throw the football like quarterbacks throw a football, not like Jimmy Butler's trying to make a bounce pass, okay? That's all.
Wow. Look at you. Look at you hitting Felipe where it hurts right there. I got to give him credit, though. He doesn't just wear his Heat garb when they win. All right. He's in this morning with a full-length Heat T-shirt. It's an old LeBron shirt, so it's got number 6. He's trying to tell us this is his prediction in the series. Miami in 6.
Miami 6, correct. That is exactly right. Yep.
Please. Just you'll take 7 right now and walk.
Win at the crib. Close out in Boston. Jimmy Butler wins the first Larry Bird Eastern Conference Finals MVP in Boston on the floor. It's only righteous, it's
wow. I will say he's bringing
got some sleep last night. You can tell he went to bed after the end of the first quarter of the game last night.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of sleep. It was great.
See, listen to the two old guys. I mean, we know a couple, 2-3 things.
I got my nap in the first period of Panthers Lightning. I did. It just was a long day yesterday. About 7:00, I just
crashed.
I took an hour, and I'm like, what did I do this for? I did not need to stay up to watch this basketball game.
I think the Panthers game was still going on in the first quarter. I look at my phone. I'm like, I get to go to sleep early tonight.
We brought up a couple things before the top of the hour, and it stirred up some memories. But first, our poll question.
It's very simple. It is about Josh Donaldson and using the term Jackie for Tim Anderson. Should he have been suspended a game for it? Should MLB have suspended Josh Donaldson 1 game for calling Tim Anderson Jackie? Right now, 70% of you say no. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, FloridaSportsNetwork.com or FL Sports Network on Twitter to answer the poll question. I think Felipe's got it up on the Florida Sports Network page by now. If not, he'll have it up in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, he's working really hard over there. He's eating breakfast number 2, FloridaSportsNetwork.com, and eventually I'll get around to retweeting it. I mean, usually it's within about 80 minutes of the poll question being posted that I get around to retweeting it. But we brought up a couple of things there. We brought up roller skating, taking your date when you're either preteen or just early teens and going to like the Roller-Rama, something like that.
That's pretty much the name of all of them.
Late 70s, early 80s type of thing. Right. That brought up some painful memories in the Twitch chat room. And then also what language you took in school. And literally, I had the choice of French or Spanish.
Those were the only choices for I would imagine for the majority of us, unless you went to a really good school, those were your choices.
I'm just wondering if back in the day and you went to a Catholic school, were one of the choices Latin?
No.
Okay. I just figured maybe to understand Mass. But all right.
Well, they quit doing it in Latin a long time ago.
Well, wasn't it in the States like 72, 73,
I think it
something
was
like
in the
that?
60s.
Oh, okay.
I think. Never in my life have I done a Mass in Latin.
One of my earliest church memories was sitting there looking at my mother going, Mom, I can't understand a word he's saying.
You've never been to a Latin Mass?
No.
Oh, they are long.
Well, yes.
Hence why I didn't make any of those.
I remember that, and then I remember just, following the people around us. Oh, it's time to get up, down, up, down, up, down. Oh, good. I was coming here for calisthenics. I'm 7. This is great. Whose idea was this?
Because we've got the daughter, the family goes to church, the daughter's friends. Mom kind of said to my wife, where do you guys go to church? We're thinking about, so we had all of us there. Their family was 5. Our family was 3.
Full house.
I looked at the dad after. I said, so everything you remember? He looked at me. I go, what? Stand up, sit down, fight, right? You got this. My wife didn't find that nearly as funny as
I know. Come on. We're there. We're paying for breakfast. I mean, come on. It's our contribution to the day.
And yeah, French or Spanish were my 2 choices.
Well, I was thinking future, what language would benefit me more. And so, of course, I chose French.
You and I both, David.
Right. Which should say all you need to know about Miller and Moulton and why it is career-wise.
Worst decision, taking French or saying that the draft on Thursday night was a bad idea?
Wow. Taking French, but really close. Really close, only because getting the draft wrong was just a one-time thing. Getting the language of choice wrong was something that could have benefited us for the next 50-plus years.
Especially 2 guys that moved to Southwest Florida.
Right.
Where, Spanish might come in handy from time to time.
Occasionally. And by occasionally, we mean a day that ends in Y. And then, there's the whole what class to take, in which maybe the male-female student ratio, like some saying, well, I chose French because, I'm a guy and I thought it would serve me well. There was only like 2 other guys in the class. And so it was a nice student ratio. It is not the main reason that I took typing. All right. The student ratio did factor into the equation. However, that was the one time that I got it right, in which I said, I'm going to need to do this if I want to be a sportscaster and all that. And that one I actually got right.
Now, what is the more attractive sounding language, French or Spanish?
At the time, it was French to me.
Yes. At the time.
At the time. I mean, both of them are Latin-based languages. They're very similar, so I don't think there's really a winner in that one. But at the time, when I was 13 years old, 14 years old, I thought, oh,
yes,
French, the language of love.
Exactly.
That was the whole thing. I thought it would help me get girls. What an idiot I was.
Yes. Late 70s, early 80s there, Felipe. We were being sold French was the language to go.
I think Venezuelan Spanish is some of the most beautiful Spanish. So I'm a little biased, even though I'm not Venezuelan. I know a lot of Venezuelans.
Hold on a second. You think Felipe Alvarez is biased when it comes to this question?
But I'm not biased towards because there are different.
Didn't get the joke there.
No, he didn't.
Didn't see.
Of course, I get the joke, but I'm not Cuban.
Well, then go with the joke.
I'm not Venezuelan.
That's what radio is. You go with the joke.
I'm just a rookie.
You got that right.
Showed it there.
You know where you are, back on the end of the bench.
Man, oh man.
Just get up with some good clapping and a lot of high fives the next time out. That's all we're looking for.
Started the segment off like a veteran jumping in there, and then, boy, you go right back. Well, that's what you do, though, with rookies. We feel like we're the manager, and, we're going to play you every day, and we're going to live with your mistakes.
Come on, Jimmy, get a bucket. Over 14.
Exactly, right.
Over 15.
You come back to the dugout, and we put our arm around you, the classic La Russa putting his arm around the 24-year-old middle infielder. Yeah, next time, just make sure you get one, okay? And if we get 2, great, but get 1. All right, good. Now go in there and go 0 for 4. Thanks.
If you want to text the show, you can text the keyword FSN Radio to 21,000. FSN Radio to 21,000. You only have to do that once, and then you're in. We'd love to hear from you, Toledo and Michigan, today. And
hello.
And the rest of the week while we're filling in for Anthony. Those of you who listen in Lake City, Tampa, Port Charlotte, and Fort Myers, Naples should know the routine by now. But if not, 21,000 is the number. FSN Radio is the keyword, and then you are in.
Josh Donaldson, should he have been suspended? The sentence in the suspension that bothers me the most is they say, well, if nothing else, it was disrespectful. Okay. So are you seriously suspending a guy for being disrespectful?
Because now you've walked down a line here.
You think?
I don't know, because I'm not paying attention to daily baseball the way I once did. But, David, there have got to be 80 blank talkers that are better than Josh Donaldson out there.
I don't know. That would seem high.
40?
I'd cut that. Yeah, there you go. That seems like maybe every team's got one. So, yeah, 30 to 50. I'll give you. Okay.
Well, you better be really careful of what you say when talking smack to someone, because I could find that disrespectful.
Well, yes. Yes. I mean, let's face it. Major League Baseball agreed with the Chicago White Sox, and they concluded that they feel Josh Donaldson was being racist towards Tim Anderson. Now, maybe he was. That's a hell of a determination for a league to make, though. I mean, there's really no other way to interpret what they did yesterday. I mean, they agreed with Tony La Russa. I mean, even Tim Anderson did not say Josh Donaldson was being racist. He walked right up to that line, but he kept using the word disrespectful.
Until the question was asked by a reporter who said, your manager, Tony La Russa, called him racist. And Anderson said yes. He agreed with La Russa.
Now, it shocked me, and I mean shocked me, when Aaron Boone agreed with all the grief that Donaldson was getting and said, yeah, he was wrong. I mean, Aaron Boone gets criticism in New York because he supports his players too much and he's not hard enough on his players. Which does make me wonder, Mark, if within the confines of the Yankee clubhouse, if they were also uncomfortable with the story as it unfolded. If others in that clubhouse were like, yeah, dude, you can't do that. I mean, that's what that told me, that Boone was also taking a cue from maybe a couple of the leaders, because Donaldson's a veteran, but he ain't a leader on that team. He's only been there an hour. If maybe within the Yankees clubhouse that they were uncomfortable with what he did. And I do think that La Russa and Boone got together on Sunday when it was a doubleheader. And I do think that they had an arrangement in which the two won't be on the field at the same time. Because when Donaldson played, Anderson sat, and when Anderson played, Donaldson sat.
It's our poll question today. Do you think Major League Baseball should have suspended Donaldson for calling Anderson Jackie? MillerandMoulton.com, FloridaSportsNetwork.com is where you can answer. Thanks for listening.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
golf guy getting us any foursomes? Yeah. What's his name?
Randy. In fact, I'm going to text him today. I'm going to say, Randy, what have you got for this tournament so far? You got us any raffle? You got us any foursomes? You got us any?
Nope.
I told Marty flat out that he'll never do anything for me. I said, Marty,
Yeah, he's down here freeloading off you. Yes, Paul. Yeah, I'm broadcasting half of it. Probably be my soiree. I was actually encouraged when apparently the number is somewhere between 50 and 60 last week. I actually was like, wow, it's more than I thought it'd be.
What's that?
For the golf tournament.
See if we've had anybody sign up today. No. Yeah, we're on in Michigan all week. Go Raiders. God, I heard somebody at breakfast Sunday selling baseball to it because they were there for the tournament. Oh, there's great baseball in town. You get this, and he's just selling this other table and coming to watch high school baseball. I was getting a kick out of it.
Well, I guess they had like the state championships or whatever at lower levels here.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to admit though, if we were in high school and all of a sudden you're at JetBlue, and you're looking around,
screw
going,
every other state. And
right,
I'm being serious.
yeah,
Screw
going,
play on the
oh,
Monster. How cool
right,
that would be.
right? Going, oh wow.
One, because even if you're, look at, I'm guessing most high school kids, the majority of them, to jack one's not going to happen. There's probably 3 kids that can regularly hit it out. But anybody could hit a line shot off the Monster.
Yeah.
I think the JetBlue Monster is actually a little bit taller than the real Monster.
No.
Looked it up.
Thought they were exact same size.
Yeah, I think the whole stadium, in terms of the dimensions, is a.
Well, it's not the same down the right field line. Like it's not flared out where you have a pesky pole situation.
Right.
And it's not, the center field doesn't have the, because Fenway, it jets out further and the bullpens come out. It's not identical.
It does do that though.
It's very similar. It's very similar. I don't believe the Monsters. First off, it's not the same, obviously, because they got the seating.
Right. But I think the JetBlue is a little bit slightly taller.
We need one segment here. What do you think?
Troy's on at 7:30.
8.
7:38.
Right.
I would say go back to the poll question or go hoop. I'd rather go back to the poll question.
We'll have to say, though, I mean, if you're the NBA, you're 3 games away from getting the Celtics-Warriors final. And we could just...
And a Miami Warrior final is not bad either.
Wouldn't be awful, but I mean, getting a Celtics
5 seconds.
final.
Florida and Michigan. One got to play Ohio State for the 2006 national title. The other is still sore about it. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Thanks so much for being with us. Troy Aikman will join us in roughly 15 minutes' time here on Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan from NFL Radio will join us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. So this turns into a bit of a Football Tuesday. Didn't think that you would mind that.
For our Michigan audience, Huge is going to be at American Dunes today in Grand Haven, where they are helping Folds of Honor with rounds of golf that you can play and helping them remind all golfers that Patriot Days are this weekend. A round of golf can help Folds of Honor take care of children of our military heroes up in Michigan. And a reminder, we're having our tournament June 11th, also benefiting Folds of Honor here at West Bay in Estero. You can sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com, floridasportsnetwork.com for the Miller and Moulton Golf Tournament June 11th at West Bay in Estero.
So the magic number for our golf tournament is 18. The magic numbers today, if you count week 0, is the official start of college football. After all, Nebraska and Northwestern are playing in Dublin, then the number's 95. But we were thinking 100. 100 days from today, the start of the college football season, the Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend, week 1, Penn State, Purdue, the Joe Buck game. That's the game that got traded from ESPN to Fox so that Joe could go from Fox to ESPN a year early. But the backyard brawl, Pitt and West Virginia, 100 nights from tonight. That screams college football right there.
Really does. So happy that game is being played again.
Speaking of college football, did you see yesterday that Nebraska is taking current affairs into account, and they have had a tradition going back to the 60s? I think first touchdown, they release balloons into the air. And because of the helium shortage worldwide, which most of the helium comes from Russia, and because of them invading the Ukraine, there are a few things that they produce that, we're not taking anymore. Helium's one of them. And so Nebraska has said, yeah, it's kind of hard to get your hands on it. And with everything going on, we're just not going to use it. So don't know if it's a 1-year tabling or if it's just going to end the tradition, which is 50 plus years of releasing the red balloons into the air when Nebraska scores.
I thought they were just getting bored releasing them when they were already down 10 spit.
Whoa, hello.
I was about to say the same thing. What if they just don't score? Get the balloon in your hand the whole game.
It's awkward. It's certain places in college basketball in particular, you stand until the first bucket. All right. It really sucks as you're heading to the first TV timeout.
Imagine if it was the Heat.
Nothing worse than those minor league hockey haven't done that with the teddy bear toss, which everybody's seen it across the country now. But everyone brings those bears into the game. When it's spit going to the third, you got to make a decision. Do you let them? And that was all when I worked for teams. That was, hey, if by chance we haven't scored a goal by the start of the third, we're letting this rip during the second intermission.
Think you have to. You have to. I love those teddy bear tosses. I love the delay. Okay, when it happens and the other team is so annoyed. You can just see it. They're like, this is
What's the hockey team that they throw like octopuses?
That would be the Detroit Red Wings.
Yes. Why?
Because it used to take 8 games to win the Stanley Cup, hence the 8 legs of an octopus.
This education. I'm so enjoying this education. All right, ladies, he's 21.
He's 21, okay, he's 21 from Miami.
Right, and that's all he really knows. And he's slowly branching out. He's doing a show with a couple of old guys. All right, he wants a bell so that every time we say something that he doesn't understand what we're talking about, he keep hitting the bell. We said, listen, we're on the air 3-4 hours, depending on where you live. You'd hit the bell 37 times. We can't do that. So,
young hockey fan in the making.
Well, now that is true, and it is why a couple of puckheads here, we are willing to tolerate you, because we understand this is an educational process.
And if these NBA playoffs keep going the way they're going, with boring games, at least you can watch some exciting playoffs, because right now, man, oh man, 2-2 series, but we haven't had a game yet in Miami and Boston.
It's ironic that the Heat and the Celtics are 2-2. And the Lightning just swept the Panthers. And the Lightning-Panthers series is much more entertaining, or was, since it's now in the past tense, because 3 of those games were tied in the third. The Lightning just happened to win all 3. Meanwhile, we've had 5 entertaining minutes in the Heat Celtics series, really, in terms in which it was competitive from both sides.
And at the same time, the NBA is just doing backflips because they're going to get Golden State in the finals, and there's a chance they could get Boston. If they don't get Boston, they get Miami. And Miami, I know you don't want to hear this, Felipe, but Golden State Boston's a better series nationally from a television standpoint. It's not close.
In fact, if you sat the NBA down at the beginning of the year and said, okay, dream finals, they'd go Lakers Celtics. I mean, they would. If you said to them, listen, the Lakers are out. That's not going to happen this year. Give me your dream finals. I think that would be the one they'd write down.
Oh, I agree. Especially on the 75th anniversary, that would have been, you couldn't write that.
And so you get Steph and the boys, and can they, remember they were the 3 seed. You know, it's not often that you get 3 seeds that go to the finals. Now, I don't know if we think of them as a 3 seed. You know, I think we still think of them as kind of like 1A. All right, Phoenix was the best regular season team this year. But, you know, I mean, how many times have the Warriors lost when they've been healthy? And they're healthy right now.
Yes. Steph only played like 64 games as well.
It's almost, you know, Miami did that towards the end of the Big 3 run where they realized that home court wasn't as important and didn't go as hard in the regular season. I think the NBA's figured it out with their best teams, is that you don't need to have the 1 seed.
Yeah, the Heat in the Big 3 era had the 1 seed 2 years.
You know what? It was interesting, though. At the end of the NBA regular season, teams had to make a decision. Final game or 2. Are we really going to need this win? Remember, Milwaukee laid down their last game of the year. If they had won it, they would have had home court over the Celtics. They laid down. Celtics didn't. Celtics got the 2 seed. Milwaukee had the 3. Now, teams had trouble winning at home in that series. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference, but Milwaukee was just more concerned about being healthy and what have you. Cost them home court in the second round against the Celtics. Final game of the regular season. Warriors needed to win it to finish ahead of the Mavs. They played their guys for a good chunk of the game, and they won it. And that's why Golden State was the 3 and Dallas was the 4. 1 game difference. Now, if this series starts in Dallas, you know, does this series go differently? Well, we don't know. It's a hypothetical, but just saying, instead of starting Golden State, 2 pretty easy wins, here we are.
I believe that if the Heat didn't have home court in this series, they'd be down 3-1. I think for a series like this, home court is huge.
I don't disagree. If Boston had home court the rest of the way and it was 2-2, I think most of us would feel it's going to be Boston and Golden State.
In theory, Felipe, I think you're right. I'm not going to argue with a word you said, but the way this series is going, it's hard for me to look at the first 4 games and say anything about home court. It's going to be both teams have proven they can make threes and the other team's building. That's all this has become. It's a 3-point shooting contest in which team's going to shoot better early, because whoever shot better early has obviously won these games.
And as is being pointed out in our Twitch chat room, also Milwaukee may have made the calculated decision by being the 3. They got the Bulls 3-6 in the first round. When you won that game, how many of us said when Boston won the game, hey, congratulations, you're the 2. Now you get Brooklyn.
Oh, I wanted to avoid Brooklyn as a Heat fan.
And we did say when these playoffs started, hey, give it up to the Celtics if they get through the East, because they will likely go through Brooklyn, Milwaukee, Miami. And they're 2 games away from doing it. And if so, they deserve full props.
100%.
Even if the games are lousy.
100%.
You know what's not lousy? Having Troy Aikman on your show. Troy Aikman of Monday Night Football. Never said that before. He is next on Miller and Moulton.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Now we can chill.
I'm even sending the TV guy a text so he knows that we're on tape. God dang, what's happened to me?
All I'm saying, he had a home
This-
court in 2013. Because of that,
This whole
this happened.
professional operation thing, this is really going to throw us off.
Ask Troy where he's going to go. Good one.
Look at the gifts that come up for Aikman. Oh, here. I'm not putting this one, but I really want to put this one. I don't know why this Tide thing's in there. We'll just go with that. Nice Troy Aikman with the number 1 there.
Don't worry. I'll spoil it now, but it's a pre-recorded interview. So all I have to do is press a button and let it run.
Oh, it was a cheesy fake mustache that he was wearing for something. I think is Weeks is on the TNT, right?
Yes.
So Weeks was good. He said, I think it was Weeks, yeah. But he talked about having to travel with an alias when he traveled, being a black hockey player, where they got into that.
Cadre racism thing?
Yeah, they got into it for a minute.
Yeah.
Why don't you just leave it on the ground until the show's over?
Because I really can't. I just want to get out of here.
I hope I don't mess up pressing a button, though. That would suck.
You're right. Mark, this point. God almighty. Get a fucking board.
Well, those aren't bulletin boards; they're sound boards.
Well, they're not those either.
Well,
they're
now that's
absolute crap. So the least they can do is operate as a bulletin board. And these fuckers who have such an inferiority complex. They got to hang up shit about themselves. Fucking Cape Coral Breeze article. Give me a fucking break. Oh my God, hold this shit.
I always think about,
Can I take it down? 'Cause
oh my God, I would pimp out
on
this
vacation
studio
right
if
now.
it was ours.
We would have thrown all this shit away if it was up. We'd have been here if they had taken us 99.3 and we'd have started throwing it all away.
All the way.
With a little rant.
Totally.
Motherfuckers stinks.
Yep.
I got bobbleheads galore too, just sitting at my house. Do I pour cereal? No, cereal first. Are you crazy? Crackheads pour milk first. Crackheads. I hope none of these guys are crackheads.
I was going to make you a loaf of pumpernickel yesterday.
Oh, wow.
I don't have the ingredients. I got to go get whole wheat flour.
Mark and his bread, man. I swear. This man. I'll show you guys the shirt. Actually, no. I got 30 seconds. Whatever. While Troy's on, I'll pop in. I'll show you guys the shirt. Because Heat and 6. Miami 6. LeBron should just come back to the Heat. I don't know. What do you guys think? He's obviously not going to. But I can dream. All right, here we go. Troy Aikman in 10 seconds.
Michigan and Florida. One state is home, and the other is where you call home for tax purposes. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
And welcome back to Miller and Moulton here on not just the Florida, but also the Michigan Sports Network in Toledo, Ohio for this week. Joined by a special guest, Troy Aikman. You may have heard of him. You can follow him on Twitter at, well, Troy Aikman. Troy, it's David and Mark. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you, David and Mark?
Well, we're fine. Listen, it's been a while since we talked. Anything going on?
Not much. No, not much. Off season, slow as usual.
Right.
So, yeah. Yeah, I got a lot going on. Obviously, with the move to ESPN, and spent the last couple of weeks doing some things with them and getting to know some of the people involved that we'll be working with this fall. And then the launch of the beer has kept me real busy. So it's a good time. Got a music festival that's hitting June 11th. It all kind of hit at one time. But, yeah, this has probably been as busy as I've been in a long, long time.
All right. I know I can't imagine you getting nervous. You've played in Super Bowl, so broadcasting a game doesn't get nervous. But just talk about the transition from doing all these years at Fox to going to ESPN. You played for one team. You're not used to someone with a lot of change. So just how different is this for you?
Well, it's hard to say right now. The different part is we're meeting new people. I've had the same producer for every year of my broadcasting career, which spans 21 years. I've had two directors during that time. I've worked with Joe Buck for the last 20 years of those 21 years. And so you look at it from that perspective and you say, yeah, there's a lot of change. The good thing for me, and I guess us being Joe and I, is that we get to stay together. And at one time that didn't look like it might happen, but to now be doing it for a different network, which I never anticipated, is I guess reinvigorating in a way, to see how other people do it, to be doing it with new people. But at the same time, I really enjoyed those that I worked for and worked with at Fox. So just kind of going into this whole thing open-minded, I'm really looking forward to it. I like the guys that I've met. The bosses at ESPN have been amazing. And I think to do a game, we've been doing the Thursday night game, which has been good for the last 4 years. Obviously, that's the only game on Thursday nights. Now we get Monday nights, which is the only game on. I like our schedule. I love the fact that it's a historic booth when you look at the inception of Monday Night Football and Don Meredith and Frank Gifford and Howard Cosell and being able to be a part of that legacy, I think is exciting. But overall, I think the broadcasting is the broadcasting, and I just think it'll be a lot of fun.
Troy, I don't know if it's catching some longtime viewers by surprise, but you and Joe have been doing some media here in recent weeks, and we understand, you work with somebody a long time, you become close friends and what have you, but it's been even a little eye-opening to me, somebody who's known the two of you now for a handful of years, just how much you two continuing to work together really means to each other.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point, Dave, and we've always been good friends, as you know. I think that through this process, it only galvanized what we already believed was a great relationship. And what I mean by that is I had reached my agreement with ESPN, and Joe still had 1 year left on his contract at Fox. So when he wanted to work with me, it would have been very easy for him just to say, oh, okay, Troy's gone, and I'll work with, whoever it is that Fox hires and stay where I'm at, and I'm happy here. And yeah, I've enjoyed working with Troy, but this will be nice to work with someone new. But he didn't do that. He wanted to come with me to ESPN, and fortunately for us, Fox allowed him to do that. And then on my end, if at any time during that process, if I had said to ESPN, hey, look, Joe's great, but I'm kind of ready to work with someone else as well, I think I could have said to them, hey, let's go a different direction. And they would have been inclined to do that because they were worried that they might get left not being able to hire someone if Joe wasn't able to get out of his contract. So I think I could have made things a lot easier on them on that end of things also. So for the both of us to really stick to the fact that we wanted to continue to work together, and that's not lost on either one of us. I think if there was ever a time where our friendship was questioned, which there never has been, but if there were, I think we both come out of this saying, wow, what we thought our relationship was and what our friendship was, it really is that, and probably even more than that.
From a football standpoint, Troy, I'm just curious, with all this quarterback changing, you played for one team. When you see all of this, how much by surprise did it take you with a Brady going to Tampa and now Russ going to Denver? Just the league today compared to the league you played in has changed so much.
Yeah, it has. It's changed in a lot of ways. The Brady situation, I was not surprised he came back. I was surprised he had retired when that happened, just because Tom has always said that he wanted to play until he was 45. That doesn't necessarily mean that happens, but he had not had a significant injury. If I had had a vote last year, I would have voted him as the league MVP. So he, regardless if he had been, he wasn't, but finished second or wherever it was, he had a hell of a year. So to get out of the game with 1 year remaining to reach 45 and having played well and having remained pretty healthy for that someone of that age, I was really surprised then that he retired. And obviously we've heard, whether it's true or not, I guess we don't know for sure, but there was a lot of talk about maybe he was going to go to Miami, maybe he was going to be on the ownership side, maybe there was a play there on his part to maybe try to create some other situation. But regardless, I was not surprised that he came back and decided to play. I do think that this will probably be his last year. Some people speculate that he may play more. I just don't see that happening, but who knows? Russell Wilson, I felt there was a chance a year ago that he might not be back in Seattle. I didn't think that he and Pete Carroll would be back together. So I thought one of those guys would be gone from Seattle. So that didn't come as a total surprise either. But we've seen the Aaron Rodgers situation over the last couple of years. I believe maybe it's because of Tom. I don't know. He seems to be kind of the trendsetter on most everything. But I just think that we're seeing, like we've seen in basketball maybe over the years, we're seeing quarterbacks, franchise quarterbacks, be able to influence a lot of decisions that are being made and maybe where ultimately they land if they want to leave a particular organization. So I think when you're paying these guys the amount of money that they're being paid, with that comes a lot more power. and influence. And I think some of these players are exercising that more than maybe they have in the past.
If you're just joining us, you recognize the voice. That is Troy Aikman of now ESPN's Monday Night Football. You can follow him on Twitter at simply Troy Aikman. When we introduced you, you mentioned all that's going on this offseason. You mentioned a beer and a music festival. Let me tackle the beer. Every time someone's written a book, the first question we ask them is why? Why did you spend multiple years, and from what my understanding is, 7 figures to come up with a beer?
Yeah. Well, I will tell you that as far as why a beer specifically, I worked at a beer distributorship back in college when I was 19 years old before I transferred to UCLA. And I've been involved on the beer side of things because I've got a real close friend and family that owns the distributorship here in Dallas, and they're one of the largest distributorship in the entire country. And so I've done some things with them and then some national campaigns. So I've always been, I guess, a beer guy, but I've never imagined that I would be making my own beer. But through a mutual friend, I met my now partners, and a conversation ensued, one of whom has spent a career in the beer business and was president of Amagang Brewery. And I thought, I wouldn't rule it out, but I just feel that if I'm going to do something like that, there's got to be a reason. I mean, we've got to do it better than what's out there and have a reason for making it. And so we decided to do it. It was over 2 years in the making, a lot of trial and error, learned a lot, came up with 8, what is now called 8. And I'm really proud of it because what it is better, I refer to it as a better for you beer, in that we have no adjuncts and no fillers. So we don't add any corn, rice, syrup, or sugars. And no other widely available beer can say that. So we're at 90 calories, 2.6 carbs. So I think if you're going to drink beer, my beer is 100% organic grains, it's antioxidant hops, and it is a better for you beer. And I think people realize that, and we didn't sacrifice taste. In fact, people are blown away that it has as much flavor for a light beer. Now, the reason I got into it overall on a bigger picture is I've always wanted to do something outside of football. And I think in a way, Roger Staubach's always been a bit of a mentor for me. He went on and obviously had a real estate company, did very well with that post-playing career. I got into the car business a couple of different times, had success with that. But I've always wanted to continue with something beyond football. And broadcasting's been phenomenal. I love it. But it's because of my football career that I even was given the opportunity. It still revolves around football. And the beer side of things has given me an opportunity to kind of dive into the entrepreneurial side of things that I've always wanted to do and have had strong interest. And so far, it's done really well. We're exclusive to Texas. People are excited about it. Our biggest issue right now, it's a good issue, but it's still a problem, is we can't make enough. It's flying off the shelves, and people are really enthusiastic about it. So I equate it to when you throw a party, when you host a party and you invite people to come over, and then a few moments before the time hits and you're wondering if anyone's going to show up. It's kind of that feeling when you launch this beer and you're just hopeful that people will buy it and like it as much as you did in making it. And the response has been incredible. So people have shown up for the party and they're drinking the beer. So it's all good.
Well, Troy, you're going to have trouble attracting crowds in the state of Texas. All right. So good luck with that. But speaking of attracting crowds, you also mentioned a music festival. And I know this means maybe even more to you, a small town in Oklahoma where you spent some time, and you're bringing something that can, well, transform the town.
Yeah, I've been doing this class reunion for the last couple of years at my restaurant in Arlington, Texas, where Cowboy Stadium is. And in the last couple of years, it's been great, but I just felt that, wow, it's kind of hard on some of my classmates to make the 3.5-hour drive from Henrietta. And, we're holding this high school reunion where I went to high school in Henrietta, Oklahoma, and we're holding it in Arlington, Texas. And I thought, maybe we can do something back home in our hometown. And one thing led to another, and all of a sudden this music festival evolved from it, and just felt that I could do something for the town that could be really impactful. And it'd be one thing just to write a check. That obviously would be impactful as well. But I thought by doing a music festival, there could be a real economic impact on the town, as well as kind of give the entire city a shot in the arm. As we all know, everyone's been hit hard by the pandemic. A lot of these small rural towns, which Henrietta is, all across America. And so I leaned on some friends of mine that are in the music industry, Pat Green, Steve Helms, and Stoney LaRue, and Josh Abbott band, and Wade Bowen. And then I just felt like I needed an Oklahoma headliner. So I reached out to Blake Shelton and said, hey, I'm putting on this music festival. I really need an Oklahoma headliner, and wondering if you'd be that guy for me. And he's been awesome. He replied right away and said, hey, count me in. And so, yeah, it's June 11th. For anyone who hears this and wants to come, there's still tickets available. And it's going to be a heck of a day. It's going to be unlike anything that's ever hit this town. I got a great team who's put together, we've covered all of our bases, but even with that said, there is still a little bit of a cross your fingers and hope, and that everything goes smoothly. Hopefully the biggest one being that it doesn't rain and the weather holds up. But yeah, really excited about it. And I can't wait for the reaction from this town and what happens.
It sounds like if this goes as well as it could, Troy, that you could, you're going to about triple this town's population in one day, right?
Yeah, the town is about 3,500 people. It's gotten smaller. The town has shrunk since I was there. And we're going to have probably close to 12,000 people. It's a 2-lane road getting out to this park where the music festival will be held. We're making it one way going out and one way coming back, and we're going to get people in there. We've had traffic studies and everything else. But yeah, it'll triple the size of the town, and it'll do a heck of a lot for all the businesses there, as you can imagine, with all those people converging on such a small city there in Oklahoma.
Troy, thanks for making time for us. Obviously, folks can tell just how busy your off season has been this year, and continue to try to figure out a way what tie you're going to wear to match your new yellow blazer.
Yeah. I got lots of time to work on that. Thank you so much for having me. You guys are the best.
Troy Aikman joining Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan is next.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater. They've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. I got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, you guys, sorry, you guys got this all wrong. DeSantis screwed this up. The tribe screwed this up. This thing being delayed is going to be better for all of us in the long run. Because this was set up to benefit the tribe and only the tribe. And DeSantis made a horrible mistake. He didn't take on the tribe. He was in cahoots with the tribe on this, Hops.
Yeah, please.
100%. Yeah, he did. But he was, it's not that he took on the tribe. He was in bed with the tribe.
Well, Jotharian, if he had done it right, we would have had gambling in the middle of last football season. And we'd still have it today.
There would have been no competition. It would have all been done through the Hard Rock. You wouldn't have been getting no DraftKings, no FanDuel, none of the deals that come with all of that. This is going to benefit the consumer.
It's just going to take 12 to 18 additional months from when
Thanks,
it should have
John.
been done.
I don't know if that's also, a little backhanded, John. So are we a little boy show the rest of the time? Facebook comment you can't see. You guys sound like a big boy show today. It's like, well, I mean, I guess I thank you.
Wow.
The other
Today. The today part. That's
right.
It's what do want to go back and go. So not the other 364.
Thank you. Apparently, he just said, no, we don't the other times.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. No, sir. Thanks for listening.
Well, he's not wrong.
See this? Well, I got to say, hit a little better shot. I mean, no spin on that at all for a pitching wedge, sweetie. My buddy Mike O'Mara got one the other day. I still have not had one.
That's pretty good.
I didn't know I said that. Oh, yeah, trust me, it was almost our poll question yesterday, Chris. How much do you hate Urban Meyer?
Right.
I think Florida hates Urban Meyer more than Michigan.
Wow. I'm just wondering if time in Florida, I mean, if you're a Gator fan.
Boy, they shouldn't. They should like him more every
year.
day.
If you could, if 10 years ago you were really angry at him, by now.
Calling our next guest.
Pat.
Put your phone down.
I need to see Pat's number.
That's what you were looking up, huh? When you lie to me, I know when you lie to me. Hide behind that computer screen.
No, he doesn't, bad golfer. Not if he gets the tribe, okay, to go along with him.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that, it's the third and final hour of Miller and Moulton on both the Florida and Michigan sports networks. Hope the folks in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, up north, and in Toledo, Ohio are enjoying a taste of a show that is normally just in 4 markets in Florida. Anthony will be back a week from today after the holiday. Our friend Pat Kirwan is kind enough to join us once again. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains weekday afternoons. And Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers from Tampa to Key West and about a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh. Pat, hope life is treating you and your family well. How are you?
In New York City today, but I'll be getting out of here by 10:30 this morning. So, just I had a chance to do some work. I've been working on offensive line and ranking. I had the AFC done. I'm doing the NFC starting today with Jim Miller, and we'll just grind our way through all these groups. It's really the hardest position group to do. Is so many of them to evaluate and make sure you have enough of everything that you need to be a good offensive line. So it's the time of year to do that. We'll go through every position group. And I've talked about that with you before. And the reason I have so much time is because the first-round draft picks are almost all signed. And we could all, the three of us, predict the remaining 6 contracts, what they're going to get. So there's no reason for a holdout. Holdouts is for protest season, Mark. It's, as you and I laugh about once in a while, the guys who want more money think if I don't go to practice, they'll pay me more, which really isn't the way it works, but they try it.
Pat, I love when you do these individual breakdowns of position groups because I think it can answer a lot of questions early. And my question to you, since you've done the AFC of offensive lines, is there something that doesn't fit? And what I mean by that, Pat, is teams that we think pretty highly of in the AFC where you look at their offensive line as a question mark, because to me, that would be the first line that we could have a little false hope of a team. Is there a team that you think's going that nationally we think is going to be a really good AFC team, and you look at their offensive line and that puts a question mark for you?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's really the first sign. Now, if we get through all the other things and they turn out to be great pass rushers and good cover corners, maybe you can overcome it. But I'll go through the ones that we do everything on a scale of 1 to 20. And the low scores of teams that you and I would say, well, they might be pretty good. Let's start right away with Miami. And the scores are irrelevant to the listeners, but they had a score of 11. That was a bad score for a team we think might be good. The New England Patriots had a low score. The Jets had a terrible score. They were down there. So AFC, it's really clear from an offensive line perspective how much different Buffalo is offensive line-wise. And I'll roll through the rest of them pretty quickly. Cincinnati's offensive line, even though they went out and got 3 guys, it didn't boost the score that much. Higher than it was last year for sure. But still, I think there's some question marks on the left side of them. Roll along here, and let's see. I'm to the AFC West. Anyone else jump out at me that's supposed to be a good team? I think the Chargers have a little ways to go to make theirs work. So those are teams that some of them we thought were going to be bad anyway, like the Jets. But I think Miami just jumps out at you pretty quickly. Like, they need to be better if they want to be a good team.
Well, Pat, you had a list of the top, I think it was 50 or 60 free agents. And as of a couple of weeks ago, you thought half your list was still available. Are there guys available that when you look at, we've been saying for weeks, man, this team should go get Jarvis Landry. This team should go get this guy. Well, I mean, are there 2 or 3 offensive linemen in which you think, man, why is this team not signing this guy?
Yeah, there is the offensive line pool. Now, I'm down to about 25 guys that I think, my criteria was, well, who's going to get signed? Who do you go and find? And as we do these offensive lines, we start talking about guys like potential upgrades to help you. So just quickly on guys that are still out there and a little bit on the number of plays they've had. Dwayne Brown's out there. He's a full-time starter. Darrell Williams had 1,172 plays last year. He's a right tackle. Greg Van Roten played for the Jets over 600 plays. Dr. Tardif only had close to 400 plays. Riley Leaf had 700 plays. J.C. Treader had 1,039 plays. Quentin Spain had almost 1,000 plays at 996. Eric Fisher had 875 plays. Balaga, nothing, 45 plays. Nate Solder, 926. So experienced guys. And I think at the end of the OTAs, when everyone sits down on the staff and the line coach goes, well, folks, we don't have a backup swing tackle. And we're going to go into the season presently with a rookie who I don't even think can get in a left-handed stance. Those are the kind of conversations that lead you to go, somebody called Wade Brown. I thought that's it. Marcus Cannon, I skipped him 200 plays. Some of them, the play load is low because of injury.
Just want to ask a follow-up. Dratharion in our Twitch chat room was curious if there was a landing spot you thought for J.C. Treader.
Well, centers, there's a couple teams I would say JC, and his name came up so often, like they need him. And I will just go through the guys that I think should be doing something. Again, Miami, Michael Dieter is the guy in there. I think he's an upgrade there. And here's the question. When you look at these guys, you can argue, well, I don't think he's that good. That's not the question. The question is he an upgrade for us? Is he a guy that can come in here and especially someone who's trying to play two young guards? You might say, our center's pretty good. Why would we spend that money? Because your guards are rookies or second-year guys with no playing time, and you get nervous about having to play those kind of guys. So there's one. Is J.C. Treader better than Ted Karras? Yeah, Ted at times was like the swing guard center, but I don't think they're going to do anything. They're kind of happy with what they have there. Well, Ethan Posick and Nick Harris are going to fight it out in Cleveland, the team JC was from. Nick Harris played 68 plays last year. When I hear people say, no, Nick's going to be our center, really? You're giving up a guy that had over 1,000 plays and a good player for a kid? I think Ethan Posick will end up beating him out when it comes right down to. You go down to Pittsburgh. Mason Cole, 470 plays. Hassanauer has 300 plays. I mean, JC had more plays, and they know him. That's their division. So those are a couple of places I think would make sense to me anyway to take a shot at getting them.
Pat, is there going to be any monumental change to OTAs? I'm just looking at all the guys not participating, not showing up. If they do show up, they're not throwing. I mean, is this anything more than, this is almost like detention in school that you got to show up, write your name on the piece of paper, and then you can leave. Is there going to be any changes to this? Because it seems that every year, as you mentioned, protest season, more and more players jump on that.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the highly visible guys like Kyler Murray and, Jesse Bates, who's fighting for a contract. I get that. Terry McLaurin. But if you really add up the number of guys, Mark, I still don't think it's high enough to cancel OTAs. What the coaches do, though, is they kind of cut down the OTAs. If they get enough good days in where they think, okay, we got the base installed, we don't want to do much more than that, then you see them all go bowling or give them 2 days off at the end. But I don't think they're going to ever get rid of it because coaches want to coach, and especially the young guys. They're this nervous as could be that they can't get the youngsters ready. Kyler Murray not coming in, well, he'll be the same guy with or without practice. He'll be running around complaining that his teammates don't play hard. Terry McLaurin's a great player. Now, we all know why he's in trouble, or not in trouble, but he's got a little protest going on because of the receiver salaries that went up. Jesse Bates, he doesn't want to play on a franchise tag. But so I don't think the number's that big. And then you get the oddities of like Lamar, who says he's not going to do a deal until next year. I think the guy understand it. Injuries, forget everything else. Does he understand what a major injury might do to his? I guess he doesn't care. When I've talked to Lamar, he's always a very superstitious. Oh, no, I don't worry about injuries. I said, yeah, I know you don't. I saw you hurdling a jet ski on the sand beach thinking you were playing touch football. So kind of childish on his part, but I don't think they're going to end OTAs or reduce them significantly because they got to coach the young guys.
I will say, though, Pat, every time you asked Lamar that question, he hadn't been hurt yet until this year. So I'm wondering if, in fact, his philosophy changed. But speaking of quarterbacks, the quarterback situation in Indianapolis, a couple of old guys, Ryan and now Nick Foles, to a 2-year deal. Do you think these guys can still play at the level that the Colts need them to play at, because they don't have the best receivers and tight ends around them. They got a stud tailback, not great elsewhere. Do you think Matt Ryan and Nick Foles can still get the job done for a team that needs to take it another notch or two?
Well, I'll ask you one question, and maybe you could answer it for me. Is Matt Ryan an upgrade from Carson Wentz?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Is Foles an upgrade from whoever their backup was?
No idea.
Yes.
I do. Yeah, because he knows the system inside out. He's a classic backup. He's not ambitious enough to be undermining the starter. He's just going to be ready to go. And he kind of sees himself now as, the relief pitcher, right? And come off the bench. He's a very relaxed guy. I don't think he's ever going to run out on the field and go, oh, my God, I don't know, what am I doing out here? I just want to stand with my baseball hat on. So I think they just upgrade their position for the short term. But you got an owner there. You guys know this. I'm not telling you that you don't know. That owner wants success today. And I don't think he really cares that much about the future. He'll care about it once these guys can't function or that they look older than you thought they would. But I think they'll do fine. And what I would do is be tapping and try to find some receivers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you and we're tight on time. I have no idea if you're Irsay that you watch Jarvis Landry sign 1 year, $3 million with $3 million in incentives, and you look at your general manager and go, "Are you serious? We didn't get Jarvis Landry and he signed for that deal?" Now, unless you literally turn and go, "Yeah, Jim, he wouldn't play here." That has to be the only answer acceptable.
Yeah, and I think those are the kind of guys, because, why be the messenger? Bring him in, make the owner take him to dinner, and then have the kid turn him down.
Right.
Maybe the owner would figure that out. But when you tell the owner he doesn't want to come here, the owner thinks it's because of you. So I always say, let him come in and let the owner know via the player why he's not coming.
Pat, safe travels, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks for your time.
Yep.
Pat Kirwan, moving the chains is weekday afternoons on NFL Radio 3 to 7. And he does it with Jim Miller, and he joins Miller and Moulton courtesy of Pinchers. From Tampa to Key West, many points in between Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh.
Yeah, when all you Michiganders come down here in the winter, can't swing a dead cat without finding a Pinchers on the west coast of Florida.
And that's not a bad thing.
No, it's not.
Miller and Moulton. So it's a lot of football. On Football Tuesday, I guess, in May. Thanks so much for listening. Miller and Moulton on the Florida and Michigan Sports Networks.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You could see it because where you sat, David, you're up. You're up 70 feet, and you're looking down at the penalty box. I mean, I get chills. I mean, that's the one too. And so,
and I think his kid's still doing it.
So Federico and
John,
I'm watching practice, and Bernie Federico walks up because he was the GM of the St. Louis team. I'm like, hey, Bernie Federico, Mark Miller. Sat and talked to him for a while. So I do the game. I'm by myself. There's no one listening. I mean, there's no one listening to roller hockey in Atlanta, Georgia in the summer.
Right.
They got a cooler tub of Budweisers. Halftime, I grabbed 3. Just quarters. End of the third quarter, I had a hell because I had one friend who lived, he and his fiance. They're at the game. We're going out after. I'm like, woohoo! But that was my only time in St. Louis.
The ribs were very good, and they fell off the bone. They were very good.
A lot of meat on a St. Louis rib.
Yes.
I can't remember the last time I had ribs that fell off the bone.
I don't know, Sled Puppy. They were not overcooked. They were very moist.
Not if they're done right, Sled Puppy.
I love those dudes who just cook ribs on the side of the road and they're like,
yeah, they weren't.
It doesn't fall off the bone.
They were not dry at all.
Making ribs tonight.
Are you really?
I am.
Oh, damn.
All right, we need 2 segments.
I can go back to the numbers here.
What numbers?
We're doing a football with 95 to 100. Do a little.
Okay. I'm of the belief, Rob, that he gets 8. He'll appeal. It'll get knocked down to 6. Mark, does that sound right?
I think you're
7 hours at 250. Just how Go Raiders does his ribs.
Okay.
How do you do them?
A couple different ways. I do them in the oven, or sometimes I got a pressure cooker. I cheat.
Okay.
Well, I tell you, I don't know if steak would be on my list. I die of my arteries closing, but that would be up there.
I've never been to a Pinchers.
All right. So those of you that have a smoker, would you recommend an electric one? That's my question to you, because I don't own a smoker and I'm thinking about buying one. It's hard, Deadskirk, that pressure cooker, right? You knock them down, throw them on the grill, and call it a day. I'm done in a couple hours. Pellet. Exactly. So those electric ones, you can get dirt cheap. I'm just afraid you're going to get, Yeah, I don't need another grill. I've already got it. See, that's the thing.
Have you ever heard of a smoker? It's like a wooden kind of smoker called a cajachina.
No.
I don't know why, but it's like some Spanish thing that a bunch of people do in Miami, and it's very, very good every time we smoke something.
Yeah, I need to go to a smoking class. That's what I need.
Has anyone ever heard of a cajachina on Twitch yet?
Yeah, see, the $600 for the 2 times a year I'm going to smoke something just doesn't seem worth it. That's my only problem.
Yeah, they're expensive.
I can live without smoking food.
Mm-hmm. You can just use a public one. Here we go.
Michigan and Florida, where, let's face it, if it wasn't for Tom Brady, there would be 4 bad NFL teams between them. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
I know that's hitting a little close to home, Bucks fan, but come on now. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. That's all we're saying. It's turned into a football Tuesday, Mark.
It has. And I wonder if Dolph fan did not like what Pat Kirwan had to say there. They break down, he and Jim Miller on NFL radio. I love it. It is as gooberish as sports talk gets.
It's as nooks and crannies as nooks and crannies can get. You
But
gotta
I
be
love
into it.
I love it because I'm learning something. The general sports talk, that's what I do. So I like when they dive into, hey, we're going to do AFC offensive lines. And it's not an easy listen unless you're a diehard football junkie. But I asked the question of Pat, of the teams that we think are good in the AFC, and I think we all know what the list is, whose offensive line doesn't match up with expectations? And right away, he names the Miami Dolphins.
Well, he also named the other 2 teams that are not the Bills in the AFC East.
Well, yeah, he said the Jets, but the Jets are going to be bad. But I mean, right here, this is Miami Dolphin country where we are.
Right. And they've got expectations this year. There's no question about it. I mean, Dolph fan will be very disappointed. And I'll go off on a tangent for 10 seconds. You saw questions that were being asked. Our friend Orlando Alzagari, I think, put out a poll question that said, is the Florida Panthers season considered a success? And right now, over 60% are saying no. Won the President's Trophy, won a playoff series for the first time in 26 years. And they're like, no.
If you would have flipped the series, if they would have beaten the Lightning and been swept by the Caps, the answer would be overwhelmingly yes. It's not just that they lost in the second round. They were swept by their in-state rival and embarrassed.
Right. And the Lightning don't view the Panthers as a rival. It's right. It's little brother, looking up at the Lightning. So, but if you ask a Dolph fan, anything short of the playoffs this year will be considered disappointing. Does not matter the excuses. Doesn't matter if the AFC's loaded and you need 11 wins to get in. They go 10-7 but miss the playoffs. Dolph fan will go, this season was a disappointment. We have to be in the playoffs. That is the only definition of a successful season this year. Now, they're wanting of more, but that is the floor. And right now, Pat Kirwan's going, that's not a playoff offensive line. I'm just telling you.
And the big acquisition doesn't play 17 games. It's still just 16 just rolls off the top of it. It's
only 1 year. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's $1 in the jar, but it's still only a year.
Either way, you're paying. I get it.
Right. Guardians, Commanders, Indians, Redskins, please, listen, last year you stopped saying San Diego Chargers. I got to get, it took about 3, but last year you stopped saying San Diego Chargers.
It's hard because Los Angeles Superchargers does not fall. No. It does not roll off the tongue. The San Diego Superchargers rolls off the tongue.
San Diego Superchargers.
San Diego.
Cha! Got to hear the song, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't. Otherwise, it's just an inside joke.
And that's all right.
But it was a pretty good impression, I will say. If you haven't heard it, that's, in the ballpark. Felipe, keep it to yourself. You could play it there, download it. During a long segment when you're not paying attention. Right. You could just entertain yourself with the Chargers theme song there.
Good chance we might play it during the break for those watching on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton.
There is a
really good chance that the San Diego Superchargers song comes out. I don't know if that'll get us thrown off of Twitch or not, but we'll give it a run.
But we started the show with a little bit of a football theme just because today is 100 days until kickoff of the college football season. That's if you consider week 1 the kickoff of the college football season. If you're one of those that's like, oh, no, if they're playing a game that counts in the standings before that, then that's the start of the college football season. Northwestern Nebraska is 95 days away. Now it's in Dublin. Some of you international rules, you don't count that. But
it's a conference game.
Darn right it is.
One of these teams has to finish 4th in the West.
On a serious note for a second, we were discussing last week in detail with a couple of guests that the conferences may do away with divisions here. I think that that'll hurt more than help in the Big Ten, the number of teams, if you know what I mean. Come on, it's an advantage being in the West. I mean, if you're a Gophers fan, if you're an Iowa fan, a Wisconsin fan, a Northwestern fan, you're like, hey, we can, not every year probably, but, we can put together a team and we can at least get to the Big Ten title game. That's a successful season for us.
And as a Spartan, tough bubkas for all of those teams is what I want to say. I could not care less about the trials and tribulations of the Hawkeyes as they try to get to and lose another Big Ten title game. But I'm more curious for our Michigan and Michigan State fans out there. I think, obviously Michigan and Michigan State would play one another. Michigan and Ohio State. So I think Michigan's would be pretty easy. If they did the 3-3-5 that the ACC is proposing, my guess is Michigan's 3 games would be Ohio State, Michigan State, and Minnesota. That they'd keep the little brown jug. Obviously, they'd play Sparty and Ohio State.
So you think if we just left it up to the fans that they'd want to play Minnesota as opposed to Penn State?
No, I think the fans would want to play Penn State. I think they'd keep the tradition, though.
Okay.
It would be Minnesota.
Fair enough.
I think Sparty would play Michigan. They've got
not the land grant thing.
No. They've got they got one of them with Indiana that they've played for a long time.
Okay.
I think it's a brass spittoon or something
So you
like that.
think they'd play Michigan, Indiana, and Penn State?
That's what I think it would be.
And not Ohio State?
They never did before.
Okay.
They never did. When they used to have the 10 teams and only play 8 conference games and you skipped a team, Ohio State was not an every year team for Sparty.
Interesting.
Trust me, it worked out well more than once.
Oh,
and as a Michigan State fan, if they didn't want to put Ohio State on the Michigan State schedule every year, I think I'd be okay with it.
So trading Ohio State for Indiana, you're willing to make that trade?
I know it'd be a tough one.
You're gutsy there. Mm-hmm.
But the Buckeyes would get Michigan and Penn State and whom?
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know if there's a third game that means a lot to them. I don't know if there's one that, even if it doesn't have meaning, like you mentioned, we played somebody for the spittoon for, 80 years. We got to keep it going.
And I mean, they lead the country in dumb trophies, does the Big Ten. And it's particularly in the West.
Hey, I love those trophies. Stop it. I love Floyd. Right? I love the axe. Paul Bunyan's axe there. Floyd the pig. Little brown jug. Give me all of it. I love it. This is college. All right. Mark, this is going to be the only damn thing left in college football. Otherwise, it's going to be professional football here in an hour and a half.
You're right.
So let me keep the jug. Pitt and West Virginia are playing one another again. Good. Give me it. It's college football. Give me as much college to it as possible. I want the hokey.
Well, and I think,
I don't mean Vatek.
I don't know if Michigan and Ohio State care if it's a 3-5-5, a 2, whatever it's going to be. I think Michigan and Ohio State would be like, whatever. They're fine with whatever system. But the West would want the 3-3-5 because there are a lot more of those trophies in the West.
Here's the thing I'm wondering. Let's face it, it's been the 2 big boys and the rest. The 2 big boys okay with having to play each other potentially twice in a season?
If it meant a Big Ten title, I think they would be.
So if the first one doesn't count? Listen, this was the great hypothetical when the ACC was putting, Miami and Florida State were going to play each other twice.
Right.
Remember, we put them in separate divisions. They're going to play every year, and then they're going to meet again for the championship. How's that worked out?
Not very well. They've not played twice very often. Here's what I think would bother them more is if they moved the first one up. I think they'd be fine with 2 games over the course of a couple of weeks. But if they moved the first one up, that would not sit well with either team's fan base. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Golfers, Are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
By the way, the no's, we had 216 votes, so Michigan pumping this out doubled our vote total, basically.
Good.
Retweeting these poll questions.
Are you talking about Haskins? Yeah. Yep. Let me just do some work.
Yep.
What are we doing with this one? We continuing.
Continuing. We're doing a football Tuesday on May 24th, David.
Cut my vote, Mark.
Now, here's a headline that I like. City of Cape Coral plans to build 15 miles of sidewalks near schools. No shit. That seems like an obvious one.
Yeah, well, Cape Coral's never been one to spend on infrastructure, though. But see, Mark, that's actually, giving an indication that you care about your community. It's another thing Cape Coral's never really cared about. JJ Redick just had his "What you talking about?" Willis face listening to Kendrick Perkins.
Fade the Noise is done on Friday.
Yeah, you announced that yesterday. I'll bet you it's a money thing. He's not cheap. Yeah, it's funny, Canada Relief. I don't know if this makes you feel better or worse, because when the Lightning run through and go all the way to the finals and you go, that would have been us.
When you get swept, if you lose a game 7 and the team wins, you can offer some solace in that. When you get swept, and no,
I meant the Leafs. That if you're a Leafs fan right now and you watch what the Lightning are doing, does it make you feel better or worse? It would make me feel worse. I'd be even angrier we couldn't get that goal. Make me angrier we couldn't protect that third period lead. By the way, the Lightning, last 6 games they've played, you know how many third period goals they've given up? 0.
Vasilevsky.
And Hedman and McDonough.
True.
I did not think Hedman had a great year. When he's a finalist again for the Norris. And I actually thought, I'm like, wow, it's like the 7th straight year he's a finalist.
Florida and Michigan. Steve Yzerman captained a dynasty in one state and was the architect of one in another. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Lightning swept the Panthers last night. They're halfway to a 3-peat, 10 straight series. Hasn't been done in 40 years. The Islanders of 80 through 84 when they won 19 straight series. And there's no doubt, Mark, that also this is like what, 5th conference final in 7 years, something like that. I mean, this is, if it ain't a dynasty, let me tell you, it's damn close. Damn close. You know, you and I considered the Oilers a dynasty, you know, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 7, you know, that was good enough for us.
Yeah, I don't know why you have to win 4 or 5 in a row. I mean, no one does it. This is a dynasty. The moment they get to the finals, it's a dynasty.
So you think just going to 3 straight finals, that's
Yes.
a dynasty? Yeah, okay. I could go with that.
I mean, modern day dynasties are much different. What you have to accomplish with salary cap and free agency and the players that you're losing.
And the playoff series and the number of games, even the first round's a best of 7, like not taking anything away from, you know, what the Canadians and the Islanders did, both of them 4 in a row and what have you. First round was a best of 5. In fact, in the 70s, it was best of 3.
Some of it you could say is harder.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier for a good team to lose a best of 3, best of 5 series than it is a best of 7. It's why they changed these.
But hats off to the Lightning, continuing to, well, be the Lightning. Remarkable stat in their last 6 playoff games. Third period goals allowed, 0. Zip, zilch, nada. 0. Mark, I don't know about you, but that seems to be winning hockey. Just 13-3, they outscored the Panthers in winning the series. But it's been largely a Football Tuesday. However, our poll question is baseball related. Major League Baseball suspended Josh Donaldson of the Yankees a game, and he has appealed. And he's also been put on the COVID list. But they suspended him a game for, on Saturday, him referring to White Sox shortstop Tim Anderson on the base paths and called him Jackie.
Yeah, he didn't refer to him. He called him Jackie.
Right.
He called him Jackie because Tim Anderson, about 3 years ago, in an article about talking about fun in baseball, Tim Anderson described himself as the Jackie Robinson of fun in baseball. Donaldson says he's called him Jackie before.
Now, I will say Anderson did not back that up. I did not see comments from Tim Anderson saying that he had, in fact. Now, I think what happened is Anderson was interviewed before Donaldson, and then the same media went across and interviewed Donaldson, and he said, well, I did this. But clearly, Major League Baseball is not buying it. And we interpret it as Major League Baseball just said publicly, Josh Donaldson, we think what you said to Tim Anderson was racist. Now, you then take the next step, and that's Major League Baseball saying to Josh Donaldson that you are racist. But I guess you could split hairs and say if one were to say something is racist, it does not make them racist. Whatever. We'll have that debate on another format on different shows. But Major League Baseball did yesterday suspend Josh Donaldson a game. And in its explanation said, if nothing else, the comment is disrespectful. Whoa. That's a slippery slope. Didn't see that one coming.
I think they should take the disrespectful out and say it was racist.
Yes. Now, that would open them up to a lawsuit, though.
Okay. But if it's disrespectful,
I know.
Then we're going to have to suspend a lot of players for being disrespectful.
Yeah. You mean the stuff that's said amongst athletes during the course of play?
I mean, is it Matt Tkachuk, right, for Calgary? Matthew Tkachuk? I thought very funnily, when Evander Kane and he were going at one another, Kane's filed for bankruptcy.
Right. Kane has been a bit of a train wreck for the last 5 years off the ice.
But he's filed for bankruptcy. That's public knowledge.
Yes.
Tkachuk looked right at him and made gestures with his finger, money gestures with his fingers, and says, do you need any money?
Right.
That's disrespectful.
Well, yes, it is. It's trash talking. That's what it used to be. Is it disrespectful? Hell yeah.
And look, if the league wanted to say that we deem it racist, okay, because there's a huge canyon between being a racist and being disrespectful.
Yes. But we believe that Major League Baseball concluded they didn't have to publicly say it. Actions speak louder than words by suspending Josh Donaldson for a game. I don't know how you don't come to the conclusion that Major League Baseball said, well, Josh, we think what you said to Tim Anderson was racist. And at the very least, it was disrespectful, and that's good enough for us. Whoa. Okay. All right. Going to be a lot of the trash talking that's going to get revealed now going forward. And then it's going to be, so you're going to suspend this guy? Going to suspend this guy? And people have asked, are the union going to back Josh Donaldson? No. Remember, this is player against player. Union's going to sit this one out. Doesn't matter. One's white, one's black. Does not matter. If you're running a union, no. You don't take a side player against player. Player against management, player against league, absolutely. Player against player, nothing to see here. So that's our poll question. At Mark Miller, at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, at FL Sports Network, and at floridasportsnetwork.com. You can go vote, and we're appreciative of that.
Right now, 78% of you say Major League Baseball should not have suspended Donaldson.
You and I don't think they should have suspended him. Should they have fined him?
That'd have been fine.
For being a jerk.
Yeah.
But a one-game suspension isn't exactly that.
Doesn't matter.
Well, first off,
it doesn't matter.
First off, do you know how much Josh Donaldson makes? Makes $25 million.
Exactly.
No. But do the math. Divided by 162. They did not fine him. This is not like in hockey. The maximum fine, there's been some egregious hits in the playoffs. And I think it's what, $37.50, $32.50, something absurd how small the fines can be. And that's the maximum fine in the NHL. Divide 25 million by 162. That's a little bit of coin. I mean, I think it's 15 grand. If I may be off a zero, but I think it's 15 grand. But it's the point. I mean, Felipe, if you're Josh Donaldson, they said at the very least what you said was racist. Wouldn't that bother you? Especially if in your heart you're like, I was being an a-hole. I was not being a racist.
I hate everybody equally. I hate every player I play against equally. It doesn't matter to me.
Maybe he should just openly accept the a-hole rule.
Well,
I think he has, but that has nothing to do with getting suspended for a game for being called. You cannot joke around. I mean, he was called a racist.
Yes,
by the league.
Yes, by the league.
And it's one thing for Tony La Russa to say it was racist. He denied that it was racist. That's one person's opinion versus another. Everybody else can then form their own opinions. But when Major League Baseball then comes down and says you're suspended for a game, they are taking the side of La Russa, the White Sox, and are agreeing that this was racist. There's no other way that you can put this.
And let me tell you, Aaron Boone damn near said it also. I mean, I think what you're finding out here is that there was not a lot of support in the Yankees clubhouse for what Josh Donaldson said and did. And I was off a zero. Quick math, I was off. It's not 15 grand. It's $150,000+. Oh, by the way, and they're saying what you said is racist, which is a very small step to you being a racist.
And you could claim it wasn't, but it's still pushing the edge.
Well, there's no doubt. But there is a big line. I mean, it really is. The line of you being a racist and a line of you being an a-hole. Okay, that is not a small line. You're a jerk. Yeah, I got a little of that in me. You're a racist. Whoa, I'm sorry. What'd you say? That ain't a one-lane country road in the backwoods here. That's an interstate. 6 lanes on each side.
And that makes it tough to get signed when this contract's done. This is a quick way to find yourself out of a sport.
You know, a quote that was just sent to us from Aaron Boone. Josh has been very forthcoming with the history of it and the context of it, so I don't believe there was any malicious intent, but, just my opinion, somewhere he should not be going. And that somewhere is, the racial undertone, I guess. Okay. But a 1-game suspension for this. I don't think it's a small thing.
I don't either.
And I don't think he'll win on appeal because usually leagues don't go from a 1-game suspension and then, yeah, you're right, and we'll just knock it down to a fine. A lot of times they get a 2-game suspension, we knock it down to 1. There's no wiggle room here for Major League Baseball. Donaldson would have, and the people who suspended him get to hear his appeal. How'd that work at home when he got grounded?
Well, it only worked once for me. You're asking the wrong guy, David.
Okay.
See, because your groundings were firm.
Legendary. Yes.
The judge, jury, and
Yes.
executioner
Yes. Right.
was all of those 3 to you.
Right. It was a benevolent dictatorship at times. Otherwise, it was an authoritarian rule.
My one grounding was in the summer. Dad was on the golf course. I drove my mother so nuts by 10 in the morning, she threw me out of the house.
So she's not saying you were right. She was saying, actually, because of the reasons that I grounded you, you're grounded, but I can't handle it.
Yes. You're too annoying to be
Right.
in the house all day with me. Please leave.
Right. You're a jerk. Now get out of here.
Yep. Wow. Looking back on it, that's really what she said. That's a precursor.
Miller and Moulton, a reminder that Huge, for those listening on the Michigan Sports Network, he'll be at American Dunes in Grand Haven and the golf tournament today benefiting Folds of Honor. Our golf tournament is 18 days away, 2 weeks from Saturday, June 11th. We would love for you to attend Estero West Bay Golf Course. Great track. It's in phenomenal shape. And we're also having a charity event to benefit Folds of Honor. Thanks to Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts, flgolfcarts.com. But sign up, floridasportsnetwork.com. And then, many of you have contacted us. From those that have reached out to us, this would sell out. Tell you what, go do it. Register, and then that'll make it a lot easier for us to arrange it all.
It would really make my noon meeting go a lot better if all of you registered between now and then. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I got to meet with the bosses today at noon. So if we could fill out a few more registrations, it would make the meeting go a lot more swimmingly on the end of Miller while David's calling a baseball tournament.
Oh my goodness. I'm doing 8 baseball games in 5 days. It's the A-Sun baseball tournament. And I signed up for it though. I wanted to do it. I haven't done a lot of baseball this year. I love doing baseball. And so I've signed up for it. So weather permitting, that's the danger. Florida this time of year, you get one of those thunderstorms that roll through, and all of a sudden the schedule gets backed up by 3-4 hours, and you're finishing some, A-Sun quarterfinal at 2:34 in the morning.
And for those that are, the Florida listeners all get it. The ballpark's on the other side, I-75. That's rain country. What you don't understand in Michigan is that I drove my daughter home from gymnastics yesterday. It's maybe 5 miles. It rained 3 different times in the 5 miles. That's Florida summer for you. And it has come a little early this year because rainy season's starting a little earlier for us than normal.
Miller and Moulton. Think the Warriors wrap it up tonight, or
I do.
I don't. I think they actually kind of mail one in. And I think Dallas wins by 20 because that's how the NBA playoffs have gone this year.
Well, don't bother taking points in the playoffs. Just pick winners.
Right. Like it was Celtics 6.5 last night?
Right. And tonight it's Dallas 1.
So I don't think it ends tonight at home for the Mavs. I think they win one.
Yeah, Golden State would close it out in San Francisco.
And I think Carolina takes a 3-1 lead in that series tonight as well.
Well, it's funny. They outplay the Rangers in Game 3. I mean, the Rangers probably deserve to be down 2-1. The irony is the one game they won may have been their worst game of the series. I mean, so many scoring chances, but Shesterkin made 43 saves. You are right about one thing. While the Lightning are going to beat whoever they play next, Vasilevsky versus Shesterkin, probably the 2 best in the league right now, or 2 of the 3. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening, Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled, marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. SwapGolfCarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. FLGolfCarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, FLGolfCarts.com. FLGolfCarts.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, the old brass spittoon. That's what they play for. What a game.
Indiana, Michigan State.
I'm trying to think if they kept 3, though, because there's a trophy. Like, I don't know who else they'd keep. They wouldn't keep Ohio State.
Not getting some texts
From people right now?
Well, one of them was apparently Andy Poland had said yes to coming on talking about the Commanders. I didn't get it. So I just. Now, I will say in the last,
when you're in here?
No. Julie said, hey, I forwarded you a picture last night. I'm like, yeah, I didn't get it. She resent it this morning. I got it. Also, some of my texts now are green. It's either green or blue.
Well, it's green if it's not texting with an iPhone.
Well, but the same people that used to
be blue,
it's now green. Is my data turned off? I don't know what that means. Is my data turned off?
No. No.
I did just restart the phone.
No.
It's funny. The restart. Turn it off, turn it on. Now my texts are blue.
Well, you need to do that at least once a week with your phone.
Well, it's funny because, I flew, so I turned it off, because I turned my phone off on the plane. So, oh well. Maybe try to get Andy Poland tomorrow, talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird because I sent David a text yesterday and it did not go through. "15 seconds."
to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
How the heck are you? Hope your week's off to a good start. Thanks for spending some time with us on this Tuesday edition, Miller and Moulton, here on the Florida Sports Network, the bonus hour for Southwest Florida and Southwest Florida only. Our poll question: Major League Baseball suspended Yankees third baseman Josh Donaldson a game for calling White Sox shortstop Tim Anderson Jackie on the base paths. And Tim Anderson and the White Sox felt that it was a racist comment. Donaldson said, no, I was just busting his chops. 3 years ago, he did an interview. He called himself the Jackie Robinson of baseball. And he didn't mean it in terms of breaking down the color barrier. He just said, I'm trying to bring some fun back to the game. Doesn't seem to be a lot of people interested in that. So I feel like I'm the Jackie Robinson of baseball. I mean, basically Jackie Robinson of fun. And so Donaldson, said that was my intent. He did the old, hey, if he took it, differently, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Now Donaldson's got a reputation of being a jerk. I mean, we've had Twins fans in the Twitch chat room say, hey, he was on the Twins the last 2 years, and the Twins have gone out of their way to say how much better their clubhouse is without him. But we think it's a hell of a slippery slope Major League Baseball just opened up.
Well, they had a couple of ways to go about this. One is to do nothing. 2 is to fine him. 3 is to suspend him and say he was racist. It was a racist comment because they're walking a really slippery slope here by saying it was just disrespectful. I know what it's implying, but if you're going to say it, David.
Well, they said it by suspending him.
So other disrespectful comments will not be met with a suspension?
Well, the disrespectful comments will have to be deemed racist.
But they weren't.
Gotcha. But we're suspending them, Mark.
Gotcha.
Because deep down we feel that they were, even though we're not going to say it. Because if we say it, he could sue us.
God, I hate these meetings. When we're saying the same thing and not able to say the same thing.
Right. But the result's exactly the same. So why are we meeting? I digress. Miller and Moulton. Hats off to the Lightning. And for people like me who kept telling everybody for months, I don't know why you're betting against the Lightning. I mean, they got 5 stars and they got the best goalie in the world. Why would you pick against the Lightning? Seems foolish to me. I mean, I was the guy, even, you with about 3 weeks left in the regular season, you said, I'm starting to get concerned. I'm like, they still have Vasilevsky, right?
And I was genuinely concerned. They were not playing good hockey. They were getting beat by everybody that was making the playoffs. They lost a game to the Red Wings. And
they had the worst record in the East during the regular season amongst the 8 playoff teams. And we all knew before Valentine's Day who the playoff teams in the East were going to be. And the Lightning had the worst record of the 8 teams in the East against one another. And yet I was sitting here going, they still have Vasilevsky, right? And in the first round against Toronto, I kept going, they're going to win. They can't beat Vasilevsky 4 times in 2 weeks. But then Braden Point got hurt, and I caved.
And I didn't, only because of the goaltender. And I just looked at you and said, David, there's a lot of things about what you're saying that are right, but they still have to beat Vasilevsky 4 times. And I don't know if they can do it. I'll take the Lightning.
It sounds like you would not promote the interim head coach of the Panthers. And here's the funny thing. He took over 6 games into the season. They then proceed to have the best season in their history, regular season. They won the President's Trophy, best team in the league. They'd never done that before. They'd never come close to doing that before. I mean, he's a finalist for the Jack Adams Coach of the Year award. And I got to admit,
he might win it.
I don't know.
The votes are all in.
I don't know who else you vote for.
How do you not vote for?
Right.
These are 2 separate conversations here. But you and I are getting the awards ballot for the NHL. We get sent our awards ballot. And I don't even know who the other coaches are on there.
I don't either. Because it's I don't want to say it's a sure thing, but of course this guy should be on the ballot. I'm guessing Suter of Calgary. Second best record in the West. Is he a finalist also?
I'm looking for him right now. I think he is. In fact, he is the odds-on favorite to win it.
Okay. But whether he wins it or not, he's a finalist for the Coach of the Year, but he has not been promoted, and they got out of the first round of the playoffs. They hadn't done that in 26 years. But they just got swept. And it sounds to me, Mark, like you would not have him be your coach next year.
No.
Now, is it all dependent on getting Barry Trotz? Or, like, if I can't get Barry Trotz, I'm going to promote him? Or have you just decided he ain't the guy? I'm going somewhere else. If it's not Trotz, I'm not sure who that guy is, but he ain't the guy.
Well, I will say this. I would be trying to get Trotz. I'd be working on it right now, and I would have that deal done if possible.
Let me tell you, there are some Florida forwards who are not going to like life in the pursuit of happiness for the next year and change if it's Barry Trotz. And Alexander Barkov, I'm talking about you. You big, hairy dog of a captain. Might be the most pathetic performance in a playoff series by a supposed elite player who's the captain of a team.
You got two choices. If you keep him on as coach, you're going to get rid of your captain?
Well,
I mean, because that's about where it's going to come to here. Are you going to get rid of personnel, or are you going to change the coach?
Well, how about this? I mean, there are teams who would line up for Barkov, although he just signed a long-term deal at like 11 per. But he is a number one center. They're tough to replace. However, can you just keep him but take the C off his sweater and just bring somebody else?
Depends on who you bring in. Boy, that guy's got to command a lot of respect in that room.
I understand. It's been done before, though. It's been done before. I mean, even Brown of the Kings, who was their captain when they won both cups, they kept him on the team. They took the C off. I mean, they kept him on the team. I mean, the room still reacted well to him, but they took his captaincy away.
And you can do that. I
understand. It's, a famous example, the Rangers traded for Messier and Leach was their captain. And they said, Brian, you're a great player. You ain't him. See, he goes to him.
And I don't think Claude Giroux did enough. I mean, because he's been a captain. He's a guy that's a leader. He's worn a letter. But I don't think he has the gravitas that I would make that move there with something that's current on the lineup. I'd like to see Burnett get it. I would. I root for the guy who's the assistant. I'm not a recycled coach guy.
You hate the recycled coaches. You think there's plenty of people that can do it. You love the guy who works his way up through the minors, the whole deal.
Because in hockey, there actually is a minor league system. It's not like football where the college game's completely different than the pro game. But I have to have a long meeting with this coach and find out what we did on the power play differently. What were the changes? What's happened here?
1 for 31, I think, in the playoffs. I got to say, I blame the players, though, more than the coach. The coach may take the fall here because, as the old adage, it's much tougher to replace the players than it is the coach. I blame the players. I'm sorry. Jonathan Huberdeau, upset because he wasn't a Hart finalist. Shut up. Score a goal, for God's sakes, especially 5-on-5. Give me a break.
Well, as much as everybody, they were both bad. Their 5-on-5 was bad and their power play was awful.
Yeah, they scored the one power play goal. The one was in the series against the Lightning.
They scored in the whole series, for crying out loud?
4 games. 3. Mm-hmm.
So the 5-on-5 wasn't any good either.
Well, no, they scored 2 5-on-5. Right. I got you. Didn't score any in the third period the whole series. No, I'm sorry. I got to blame the players here. Well, the coach did. After game 3, when he said, hey, they're playing harder than us. Now, I thought they played hard enough last night. I did. 49 shots on goal. Vasilevsky played his best game of the series, which is saying a lot. I thought they played well enough to win last night. I didn't think they got a bounce last night.
No, but they did. I mean, now, and rightly so. Tampa had 2 goals disallowed last night.
I know. I mean, at one point, shots on goal were like 26-8, and the Lightning thought they had 2 goals amongst their 8.
But he called his team out. The team responded and didn't win. But I do think that calling them out at the time that he did may have been his kiss of death.
I will say, though, they played their butt off last night. They did. I thought they went after it last night. I thought they competed well enough last night. Vasilevsky's a problem. He really is. He is. But I don't think Barkov and Huberdeau, in front of the net and what have you. I mean, I'm sorry. They were way too perimeter for me. Way too perimeter. I mean, Claude Giroux put 8 shots on net last night. I mean, he got it at least. He's like, hey, man, if nothing else, we got to throw some rubber on this guy. We got to get a bounce. Go get something off a shin pad, a skate, a guy's butt, something.
They were gripping it so tight that they were passing in the slot for 3 games. They believed they couldn't score. That's really what it boiled down to, David. They believed that anything point blank, they weren't good enough to score. You mentioned it after game 1. Was Tampa in their heads? There's no question. Vasilevsky and the Lightning were in the Panthers' heads.
The goal at the end of game 2 broke them. And we said the series was over when that goal got scored. And it was. It absolutely broke them. And yeah, we were wondering if the stat was 5 of the last 7 or 6 of the last 8. 6 of the last 8 conference finals for the Lightning. Now remember, the Lightning didn't become the Lightning until they got swept 3 years ago. Now they've made 3 straight conference finals since. So, and they kept Cooper. They kept the core of their team. They kept it together. They figured it out.
The difference is it's an interim coach. If it was Joel Quenneville, would it have been different? I don't know. This wasn't their choice for head coach, David. And they got swept by the Tampa Bay Lightning. I do not think it bodes well for Andrew Burnett.
He made all the right decisions, though, in the first round. Reshuffled the lineup for the big game 4. They won it. Said the right things. I mean, pulled the goalie at the right time. It's a tough decision. Could only shape the future of the organization.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
That I like in Detroit that I follow. Good morning. The Detroit Tigers have 22 home runs this year. Aaron Judge has 17. The Detroit Tigers have 114 runs this year. The Dodgers have 227. It's like we're not even playing the same sport. Josh paid a Jimbo yesterday. Oh, in February. Sorry. Okay. So what did apparently did Jimbo kind of go at somebody yesterday?
I thought Justin Thomas made a little comment tweaking Jimbo. If so, I missed the.
I saw something that on a San Antonio television station, but Josh Pate just tweeted out something along the lines, better have those follow-up readies for Jimbo because he talks fast and he answers short questions. So my guess is
Yeah. Oh, yes.
that's what I think happened. I don't know.
Yeah. Aaron Judge critical of Donaldson's Jackie comment. Joke or not, I don't think it's the right thing to do there.
So there's a fight at the Newark airport yesterday. Oh no, he didn't. This got to be fake. Yeah, it is. Okay. That last part is, but
Boone did come out and say
for the USA, this is old. What was front office sports? NFL owners. This is yesterday. Front office owners, NFL owners are considering action to force teams to sell the team per USA Today. I didn't see that. Okay, that's why, because it's a bunch of shit.
It's pronounced Adebayo. Bam Adebayo.
Are you talking to me?
We're coming back now, though.
Michigan and Florida, home to Major League Baseball, where the cold weather team plays outside and the warm weather team plays inside. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
I can explain. So I had all these rejoins.
By the way,
set
welcome back, Miller and Moulton on the
Miller and
Florida
Moulton
Sports Network.
That's Moulton over there. I'm Miller.
6 to 9 a.m. This week and this week only, we're being simulcast on 5 stations in Michigan and 1 in Toledo, Ohio. Hence the Florida and Michigan rejoiners together, but we're in the part of the show in which we're on ESPN Radio in Southwest Florida only.
And usually after the break, David Moulton, part of Miller and Moulton, starts speaking, or I start speaking. But Felipe right there didn't even let the rejoiner done before he started apologizing to the two of us on air.
Okay, so here we go.
Go ahead, Felipe.
No, go.
Guys, I knew you'd be mad, and
So
I needed
why
to
didn't
explain.
you fix it?
Because I replaced the old rejoins with this one, which means that the old ones are gone.
What do you mean they're gone?
They're not on this computer anymore, and I have to find them on another computer.
Okay, but they're still around, though.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm like 90% sure. I can get them, though. I was told to replace them.
Mark, here's the thing. We can't find another one. I mean, he's willing to get up what time do you get up, by the way?
My first alarm goes off at 4:40.
Oh, you do how many alarms do you go through?
Oh, like 6.
For those that don't watch the show on Twitch, the Twitch audience has found a quirk of mine. I am trying to do better, not exploding and letting my anger come right to the top right away. So, in a lot of different ways. And I have, I guess, figured out that I go to the forehead rub when Felipe has me ready to scream.
You do.
It's a drop of the head,
your
and
hair,
the forehead rub.
And you totally mess up your hair.
Right.
Which for the most part is, fairly well kept together. But yeah, your part actually, when you start getting annoyed by Felipe, your part can completely switch from one side of the head to the other.
Yeah, because it's a lot of head rubbing, and then I just kind of go back with the hair.
Right.
And
then
nothing.
you're flipping and flopping, and then the whole thing, trying to figure out which way am I going, how much my forehead am I covering, the whole deal. Right.
Right.
I believe your part is completely different from where the show started right now. Could be wrong. I don't know. Been looking at you for 15 years. I mean, honestly, you could have a pimple the size of a golf ball on your face, and I probably take 3 weeks to notice. I mean, we're at that part of our relationship.
We definitely are.
Although we are the ones that notice when our wives get haircuts. I mean, mine, I don't know if, you two are still crazy about each other. So, maybe, I'm actually crazy about my wife, and I really do believe she is crazy about me. It's just, she doesn't really see me anymore.
Which would make one think she would notice big changes.
Right. Now, part of it is also because she doesn't wear glasses when she should, I mean, there are legitimate reasons here, but anyway, back to, does your wife recognize when you get a haircut?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, I would say she's 90+%.
All right. Kind of like Felipe with the rejoiners.
Yeah, well. All I'm saying, in the big Michigan week, Felipe, your Monday was tremendous. And I'll just leave it at that. Tremendous.
Fair.
I think he also kept our mics off. I mean, we had no chance to be the first ones talking coming out of that break. He stood up. All right. He had one hand on the buttons. He had his other hand up in the air, like, let me explain. So.
And now I can see the panic in his face, because that 90% that he's sure that the old ones are
he's
there,
thinking,
it's probably more like 50%.
Yeah, 63, right? Mm-hmm.
I mean, if anything, I could just grab one from an old show. I can improvise, is what I'm saying.
Oh, my goodness. Unbelievable.
When do we have this golf tournament?
It's 2 weeks from Saturday. It's June 11th. Please, at this point, sign up. All right. Felipe, do you have anything to do with this golf tournament?
Am I allowed to go? Can I
Yeah,
go?
of course you can.
Okay.
You're part of the show.
Great.
But you don't have anything else, right?
Like any input on it?
And just anything else. You're not handling anything, posters or, no?
He may be handling things.
Okay. Well, but right now, so since Felipe doesn't have his hands on it, just floridasportsnetwork.com, sign up, and it should be good, as opposed to signing up and it gets lost. All right. Just sign up, floridasportsnetwork.com.
See what he did there, Felipe?
Just little.
Just threw you right into the bus and drove over it.
Just boom.
That was like a speed bump right
just
there.
90%. That's all. 90%.
I can be the DJ at the tournament.
Well, be a little early, but what the heck? I could see you driving around, okay, blaring the music and go, "What's up, dog?"
I'm a little worried about Felipe driving a golf cart because, Felipe, you don't play golf, right?
I do play golf.
You do?
Despite sucking, I do play golf.
All right.
It's a waste of my money and my time.
Felipe looks like someone that I'd put in a golf cart, and all of a sudden I'm going to find the golf cart on the green. Like not understanding.
No, come on.
I don't know if he'd go so far as the green, but I could see him being close.
I'd pass the peg a little bit,
Right. Which, just so you know, at West Bay, you need to not pass the peg. Hey, what should I do here? Whatever you do, don't pass the peg.
Cart pass only would be big for you. Right. Cart pass only.
Well, I'll leave it on the cart path because I'll be playing them. No, I won't play it that loud. I want to respect people.
I could see him, and he's going to be flirting with all the Twin Peaks girls, and
he's going to flirt with one. He's going to get shot down, and he's going to be in the fetal position for the rest.
No.
Felipe, how does it go? Because you've talked about wanting some companionship. When you try to make the effort, if it doesn't go well, how personally do you take it?
I don't. Oh my gosh, you have to strike out way more than you hit. Are you kidding me? A Hall of Fame hitter in baseball is only 30%.
Look at him. Look at that.
Come on.
Look at that.
Shoot or shoot all day.
Here we go. I will say, Mark, at first when he was so shy, we were kind of wondering, going, there's not a shot he would ever turn down, but he turned it down with the young ladies in his life. So it's good to see now. You're chucking it, baby.
Got to take L's.
I think Felipe's shooting percentage was a lot like the Heat in the first quarter last night, though.
Wow.
It's all right. No, he's thinking he's Oladipo coming off the bench with like 23.
Again,
right.
He's thinking.
Right.
In fact, I may have to put a special cam on Philly for the golf tournament just to see how this goes. Now I want to see him in action, but I want to be far enough away so he doesn't notice that I'm checking it out.
It's like Wired, ESPN, the mic'd up moments.
I might have you mic'd up during the golf tournament.
My wife just texted. She's at the bank, which is why we're married. We both still go to the bank. And secondly, she said, "I love your haircut." And the funny thing is, I haven't had one in 3 weeks, but she just texted me and said, "I love your haircut."
Right. Yeah, I know it. I know it's been a while. I look at it and can tell.
Right.
I know when you get a haircut.
Now, granted, you may see me more than my wife, but anyway.
Then
Miller and Moulton. Then there's that. The FloridaSportsNetwork.com. That's where our poll question is. Major League Baseball suspended Josh Donaldson for a game for referring to White Sox shortstop Tim Anderson as Jackie. Earlier in his career, he had, while trying to be a little flippant, talking about, not a lot of players trying to bring fun to the game. I'm trying to bring fun. In that sense, I'm the Jackie Robinson of baseball these days. And so Donaldson on the base paths called him Jackie. Now there's some history between Donaldson and Anderson. Donaldson pushed him off third base in the first game of the series. Okay. The umpire said, no, you pushed him and what have you. And they were kind of jawing at one another. So the next game, Donaldson made his comment. Aaron Boone didn't defend Donaldson, but did say he shouldn't have been suspended. Aaron Judge said matter-of-factly, okay, yeah, he can't say that. He talked to the team. He gave us his point of view. I respect that. We're moving on, but he can't say that.
And that seems to be the consensus right now, not just from the White Sox, but from the Yankees and from all of Major League Baseball. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap, all still ahead. We thank you so much for listening right here. Miller and Moulton, where else? The Florida Sports Network.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Ooh. Bulls Pistons will play
No
in
makeup.
Paris.
We went through that yesterday.
Speaking of France, Bulls Pistons will be playing in Paris.
Huh?
January 19th, 2023. Nice.
The biggest problem with that is that the setup that we use does not really work for a third camera. If we were ever in a different studio with different software, then that may happen. But right now, there's just no real need for it. Because the only camera angle I can go to is like one big and two little. There's not really, I guess I can do that 3-shot we have with Seth, but it's a little more work than's needed.
Also, that computer only has like a limited amount of USB slots.
Oh, trust me, it'll never happen while we're here. Not unless I were to bring in unless we get a new computer. My damn doctor left his practice.
Didn't let you know?
They called me yesterday and let me know. He's supposed to be coming back in July. I was supposed to have an appointment next week for 2 weeks, which I canceled because I'm not driving to Naples for it.
So he's taking a break, or
Yeah,
he's done?
got married, and he's
Oh.
younger. He got married, and apparently he's coming back in July.
Oh, okay.
I was actually surprised. I said to the lady, I go, I'm guessing you probably can't tell me where he went. She's like, no, he said he's staying local. I'm like, wow, okay.
Even if the Heat don't make the finals, I'll be all over that.
All over what?
The finals.
Well, I would hope so. It's your favorite sport.
Yeah.
You'll take your 3-4 days in the fetal position.
Give me a year, I'll tell you who won MVP.
What?
I'm a basketball encyclopedia. I can tell you anything.
That's fantastic.
Thanks.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, Dratharian. I didn't either. I did not know that Nebraska has been doing that since the 60s. And we did find out that they're saying it's because of a helium shortage, and it turns out that the U.S. produces more helium than any other country in the world.
But
Yeah.
I guess there's a
Are you-
shortage.
Yeah.
Are we just finding out about that tradition?
Yeah, I was unaware of it also.
I had no idea.
You would have thought it would have come up during the Nebraska game.
Right. Like a shot of the balloons going in the air.
How come Haslam didn't play last night? And what the heck?
It's a good point. I thought about it. I was like, why not?
Put in the old guy.
But it's embarrassing.
Florida and Michigan. One got to play Ohio State for the 2006 national title. The other is still sore about it. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Here on the Florida Sports Network. Final segment on this Tuesday. Seth Everett will join us on the show tomorrow. For those, and many of you have reached out wanting to join us for our golf tournament, it's 2 weeks from Saturday. If you're going to play, do us the favor, sign up sooner rather than later. First off, you could get shut out, but secondly, we make plans accordingly. FloridaSportsNetwork.com, FloridaSportsNetwork.com. It's also where you find our poll question. Josh Donaldson suspended a game for his comment towards Tim Anderson of the White Sox. Should he have been? Yay or nay? Miller and Moulton both voted no. It's an interesting, slippery slope that baseball's going down here, because in their official explanation, they did not say that they deemed the comment to be racist. They deemed it to be disrespectful. Huh. A lot of disrespecting going on athletic fields. So, okay.
Yeah, I really think they should have just said we deemed it racist.
And face the lawsuit that would have come with it. But they said it without saying it, Mark. The suspension is saying it. What do you say we do this?
Leave it to the oldest guy in the show, and definitely the oldest soul, to live in the past. Here's David Moulton with Today Was the Day When...
Let's go back to 1738. Today was the day that John Wesley converted, launching the Methodist movement. Always a Methodist. Daughter of a Methodist minister.
Good defense, strong up the middle.
Well, Catholic light. That's what I call it. Depending on the mood in the household, that's how well it goes over. 1844, Samuel Morse sent the first ever telegraph message. The message, what hath God wrought? Today in 1883, the Brooklyn Bridge opened. It was kind of a big deal. Led to others. 1930, Babe Ruth homers in both games of a doubleheader. That's not that unusual. It was, however, his 9th homer of the week. And even Aaron Judge is like, damn,
That's pretty good.
that's a lot. First ever Major League Baseball night game was tonight in 1935. It was at Crosley Field in Cincinnati. Reds beat the Phillies 2-1. That I knew. I did not know the story as to how we got to night baseball. It started 5 years earlier in May, not on this date. It was in very early May in Des Moines, Iowa. A minor league team in the Western League had lights installed. Remember, we're a year into the Depression. I mean, the crash was in October of 29. And for whatever reason, they decided, let's play a night game. During the day, they were drawing 600 people on average. Des Moines played Wichita. 12,000 people attended the game.
Huh. So Under the Lights was a pretty big deal then, is what you're telling me.
And the rest of minor league baseball and then Major League Baseball went, huh? Wow, you mean more people will come to the games if we put them at night? And there you go. So it was a Des Moines team in the Western League that played the first night professional game, but the first Major League night game was May 24th, 1935, Reds beating the Phillies in Cincinnati. By the way, 1967, the AFL grants a franchise on this day to the Cincinnati Bengals. And Paul Brown runs it and shoves it right up the Browns. Yep. Because the Bengals got good quickly. Got better than the Browns quickly. 1969, Mark, the Beatles, Get Back. The single goes number 1 and stayed there for 5 weeks.
Little footnote there, though. It was actually the Beatles with Billy Preston. It's the only single that the Beatles ever had that credits another artist. Billy Preston played keyboards on that particular track. You see the video on top of the Apple Records building. You see Billy Preston in it. A little fun factoid for you there, David.
I like it. It was on this day in 1976 that wines from California were judged to be better than wines from France. And the world went nuts. First time ever at a major wine tasting contest, Mark, that the French wines did not win.
Yeah, it was a California Chardonnay. There's a movie called Bottle Shock that gets into the whole thing behind it.
May 24th, 1976. It was on this day in 1980 that the dynasty began, Mark. The Islanders in overtime, Game 6 against the Flyers, Bobby Nystrom. Islanders won games 1 and 6 of that series in overtime, win their first Stanley Cup. The late, great Dan Kelly called the game on CBS at the last minutes because there was no national TV contract for the NHL in 1980, but because a New York team was in it and they were up 3-1. They went to Philly, lost game 5, but once they got up 3-1, CBS said, I think it was on a Saturday, and CBS last minute called up the NHL and said, hey, if this goes 6, we'll televise it. Okay. Bobby Unser, Mark, on this day in 1981, crosses the finish line first at the Indy 500, but he's disqualified for a pit lane infraction. Mario Andretti declared the winner. I think it was a couple months later. They adjudicated it. All right. They reinstated Bobby Unser as the winner.
That's racing right there.
It was his 3rd win of the Indy 500. Patrick Waugh and the Canadians win their first cup over Calgary. On this day in 1986, they beat the Flames in 5. Flames beat the Oilers in 7, beat Brett Hull, a young Brett Hull in the Blues in 7 in the conference final, and they were out of gas in the finals. Patrick Waugh, I think he was a rookie. He said, I'll take it from here, boys. 1987, Al Sr. is 47 years old. He's a part-time driver. Wins his record 4th Indy 500. For the power outage in the finals between the Bruins and the Oilers, 88, happened on this day. 1990, Edmonton beats Boston again for their 5th title in 7 years. Won the Cup in 5. Al Jr. wins his first Indy 500 30 years ago today. He beat Scott Goodyear by 0.043 seconds. It's either the closest or second closest Indy 500 finish ever. And a few other Indy 500 winners on this day. Eddie Cheever in 98. Helio Castroneves won his 3rd in 09. And 7 years ago, Juan Pablo Montoya won Indy. Mark, those whose birthdays were today who are no longer with us: Queen Victoria, Suzanne Lenglen, famous tennis player from a century ago, Jimmy Demaret, and Hector Macho Camacho would have been 60 today, and he's been gone for 10 years. Joe Dumars is 59. So is Rich Rod. Pat Verbeek is 58. Ricky Craven, 56. Brad Penny, 44. Tracy McGrady is 43. Joey Logano is 32.
Sliced bread getting old, huh?
Yeah. Yep. He's already a Hall of Famer, though. I mean, Rookie of the Year, Daytona 500 winner, won a Cup title. He's top 30 all-time in wins. I mean, he could walk right now, and he will go in the NASCAR Hall of Fame someday. Bartolo Colon's 49, no longer pitching. I thought he might make it to 50.
He could still get you 3 good innings.
Bob Dylan is 81. Gary Berghoff is 79. Patti LaBelle, 78. Priscilla Presley, 77. Roseanne Cash is 67. Tommy Chong is 84. And John C. Reilly is 57. That is today was the day.
Just one small omission. Heavy D would have been 55 today, David.
Oh.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I'm surprised. You like your old school hip hop. You don't know who Heavy D is?
No clue.
All right, we'll play a little track for you after.
All right.
For the good today, this is fantastic. In Lincoln, Nebraska, there was a big pool noodle fight. It all started when Josh Swain from Tucson sent out a tweet challenging anyone who shared his name to a fight over it. It turned into a life of his own, and he turned it into an event last year in which everybody named Josh were defending their title as the number 1 Josh. Josh Vincent Jr., a 5-year-old, defended his title on Saturday's event, which raised $21,000 for the Children's Hospital and Medical Center in Omaha, Nebraska. That is a very cool, fun idea. A noodle fight to attract the reigning supreme Josh. For the bad, we go to Germany, where Sergeant Michael Ransley was supposed to be responsible for maintaining high standards while he was in charge of his infantry battle school. But he disgraced himself, David, because apparently he was supposed to keep his troops from getting drunk at an Army Oktoberfest. Instead, he got so drunk himself that he ended up soiling himself and wouldn't leave the party. Before passing out, he was seen with feces on his leg and refused to leave, despite the smell and sight causing distress to others. He was demoted and admits his drunken state will be a blight for the rest of his life. And finally, the ugly, we go to Japan, where the government had sent out COVID-19 assistance for low-income households in a small Japanese town. But there's a lot of errors here. The first was they had mistakenly wired all of the money to a resident of the town. And that's where Sho Taguchi, a 24-year-old jobless resident in the town of Abdu in Western Japan. Well, he was arrested because he got all the money in his account and he gambled every dollar of it away. $360,000 of taxpayer money that he blew on gambling. Well, shouldn't have probably put the money in his account.
Probably.
And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 24th, 2022.
You ever seen Squid Games?
No.
Kind of similar situation with that.
Kind of similar?
Where
people die in Squid Games, right?
Yes, but the main character has a gambling problem.
I'm guessing that's where the similarities end.
You gamble away your life, pretty much.
NHL tonight, couple of game fours. ESPN's got the hockey tonight for those that are interested. 7 o'clock, Canes at Rangers. I will say in our Twitch chat room, Matt says hammer the under again in the game. Under's 5.5. There's not been a game in this series with more than 4 goals. 2-1 in overtime, 2-0 in regulation, 3-1 in regulation. I would play the under as well. I like the Canes tonight.
I do also.
I will say this, though. I got a funny feeling. If the Rangers win tonight, I think the winner tonight wins the series because I think the Canes at some point got to win a road game. You're playing with fire if you're going to keep trying to think you can win 4 home games and win a best of 7. And to me, like, you know, if you're the Canes, you've now lost 4 road games in the playoffs. I mean, this is the, hey, look around. Come on, boys. I got to win a damn road game. All right. And if they can't win in the Garden tonight, and they own this team.
Well, I was going to say, that's the other part of this. They've really had the Rangers number
for 3 years now, going back to the bubble. So it'd be like, come on, can't win. Just beat these guys twice in this building at the end of the regular season.
Really want to live in a world we never have to talk about going back to the bubble, David.
Calgary, Edmonton at 9:30 tonight.
I like Calgary.
Ooh, you think they even it up?
I do.
Got to slow down the number 1 line.
Play better in the neutral zone. It's not that hard.
Well, you're right, because Edmonton's getting a lot of speed through the neutral zone. I will say this, though. At home, they can load up and put Kane on the line with McDavid and Draisaitl. He splits them up when they go on the road, which I think is smart because he can get the matchups tonight. It's tough against Sutter. He's a terrific coach, but I do think Edmonton at home, he loads up on that top line, and so far they have had nothing for it.
Well, and that's part of the reason I'm picking Calgary. This is a really good hockey team that had a great year, and they've been embarrassed by McDavid in this series. At some point, somebody's got to step up, and you know Sutter's not going to be like Burnett. Sutter's going to be ripping their heads off, telling them what to do.
Does Dallas stay alive tonight?
I say no.
I say yes. Game 4, Western Final. Mavs are a 1-point favorite.
One of us going to have a bad night tonight.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of baseball. Marlins and Rays in St. Pete. 6:40 first pitch. So you got that going for you.
By the way, Mark, really quick, I did my research. Now that we found love, what are we going to do?
So you know who Heavy D is?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Playing liners and trying to abuse me because you don't know a song. That's a you problem, Felipe.
Come on now, though. There's a lot of us in that category of, I know the song, don't know the artist. So I got your back on this one, Felipe. The liners, that's all on you.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled, marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms,